Chapter 306, Divine Shield Bearer. Chapter 306, Divine Shield Bearer. The ancient river Secret Land was a majestic island floating in the void, and 10 temples measuring over 1,000 meters in height lined the island's edges. Currently, streaks of light were constantly descending onto the plazas outside these massive temples as players across the ancient river kingdom entered the Secret Land one after another. The majority of the players in the crowded plazas were youths under the age of 25. Among these youths, handsome men and beautiful women could be seen everywhere. At this time, many of the youths in one particular plaza had their attention focused on 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, standing in the corner of the plaza. The man had a plain appearance. In the greater God's domain, where handsome men could be found everywhere, the man's looks were rather ordinary. However, the 2 women standing next to the man were as eye-catching as the sun. Of the 2 women, one was a great beauty with silver hair and a sultry figure, while the other was a lovely beauty with a face as delicate as jade. Both women exuded a unique temperament, and those who saw them couldn't help but want to look at them more. What beautiful women! Could they be the heiresses of some corporation? I don't think so. Look at the man standing next to them. Would the heiresses of a corporation stand with someone like that? My guess is that they're the rookie geniuses of some hegemonic power. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. Rookie geniuses of a hegemonic power? It'd be great if I could get acquainted with them. Many young men started a hushed discussion among themselves as they looked at Sher Feng's group of 3, their minds filled with curiosity toward the trio. The mana here is surprisingly thin. Its density doesn't even reach 1/10 of the outside world's. The gravity here is also several times that of the outside world. Even walking in this place will be a problem for the average Tier 4 player, Wu Xiaoxiao commented. She had long since grown used to being gawked at by other people, so she simply ignored the stares she received and calmly analyzed her surroundings. Even though there are so many people here, none of them seem affected by this environment. Sure enough, nobody participating in the rookie competition is simple. With the state of the mana and gravity in the ancient river Secret Land, players would need at least 1 fragmented legendary item or 1 full set of epic equipment equipped if they wanted to move unhindered here. They would also need to pair that equipment with control at the 3rd floor standard. However, fragmented legendary weapons and equipment remained precious even in the greater God's domain. The various powers would typically only give their core geniuses 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. As for epic immortal equipment, they might not be as precious as fragmented legendary items, but they were still highly valuable. Yet, there were well over 100,000 players currently gathered in the plaza. Even if all of her homeworld's various powers joined forces, they couldn't even come close to mustering such a force. Moreover, these were only the players teleported to one of the ancient river Secret Land's temples. There were 10 such temples in the entire Secret Land. This is normal. It might only cost 10 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to participate in the kingdom's rookie competition. But nobody will join the competition unless they are confident in their strength, Midsummer explained. This annual rookie competition is also the perfect place for rookie geniuses to market themselves to the various hegemonic powers and corporations. So long as they can get into the top 100, they can instantly become a reserve executive of one of the ancient river kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers and gain authority over a main guild city. Even if these rookie geniuses can't get into the top 100, so long as they perform excellently in the competition, they will still have a high chance of getting recruited by a hegemonic power or corporation. If they get lucky and become a corporation's core member, they will receive a big monthly salary and enter the upper echelon of the greater world's various cities. Realization dawned on Wu Xiaoxiao when she heard Midsummer's explanation. Had she not been fortunate enough to join the Green God Corporation, she would most likely be similar to these rookie geniuses in trying to market herself to attract the various hegemonic powers' attention. While Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were talking, Shifeng turned his gaze to the center of the floating island. The fragment should be there, Shifeng thought, a hint of anticipation burning in his eyes when he sensed the fluctuations coming from the 7 Luminaries Codex inside his bag. The 7 Luminaries Codex had remained silent all this time. Yet, as soon as he entered the ancient river secret land, it immediately started to show a reaction. Although the Codex only gave him a vague hint of the fragment's location, he was certain the Codex's fragment was located in the heart of the island. Now, all he needed to do was advance to the rookie competition's top 100 and entered the island's central zone to search for the fragment. Just when Shifeng thought of analyzing the Codex's fluctuations to narrow his search radius, a deep and powerful voice suddenly came from nearby. "Midsummer, Xiaoxiao, why are you two here?" Subsequently, a group of 4 youths, 3 male and 1 female, approached Shifeng's group. All 4 of these youths were at level 139. On top of that, all 4 wore a gold leaf emblem on their chest, indicating that they were all 4th floor experts. Every one of them was also equipped with upwards of 2 fragmented legendary items, with the scholarly young man standing in the lead having 4 fragmented legendary items. The white jade square shield the scholarly young man carried was even of indiscernible rank. Commander Fury! Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were greatly surprised when they saw this group of 4, especially when they saw the scholarly young man. Desolate Fury. He was the #1 genius nurtured by the Purple Melody Alliance. Only Desolate Fury and his group typically operated in the Myriad Forest Empire, which neighbored the ancient River Kingdom. Rarely would they return to the ancient River Kingdom. Desolate Fury was currently ranked 35th out of the Myriad Forest Empire's top 100 geniuses. Several upper-ranking hegemonic powers had already extended an olive branch to him because of his strength. Only he had rejected every invitation he had received so far. At this time, though, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao weren't the only ones to recognize Desolate Fury. Shifeng had also recognized the scholarly young man, the Myriad Forest Empire's divine shield bearer. During Shifeng's previous life, Desolate Fury had single-handedly defended a city from more than 20 Tier 6 experts. Although he didn't manage to kill these Tier 6 experts, he had held them back for several hours until the Myriad Forest Empire's army arrived. Desolate Fury's fame also skyrocketed after that battle. As for the shield Desolate Fury wielded at the time, although it wasn't a real divine artifact, it was a highly accurate replica of a divine artifact. However, because news of the replica got out, Desolate Fury got targeted by Demon's Gate and Apex Power. Not even the Myriad Forest Empire dared to go against Demon's Gate. Adding to the fact that Desolate Fury had limited strength as an individual, he eventually disappeared from the greater god's domain, leaving many experts lamenting this situation. Midsummer, Xiaoxiao, you too have worried us sick. At this time, a bright young swordsman standing behind Desolate Fury hurriedly stepped forward and spoke up. We heard that you too offended Saint 3, and the Twin Saints Alliance is even hunting you now. How have you two been these past few days? We're fine, Vice Commander Chaser, Midsummer said, smiling. On the contrary, we've been having a great time these past few days. Since it's such a good coincidence that we met here, why don't you join our party? The bright youth named Lightning Chaser suggested, acting as if he didn't notice Shifeng's existence. That way, we can watch each other's backs during the competition and have an easier time entering the top 100. As soon as Lightning Chaser finished speaking, a slight frown formed on Desolate Fury's face. Their party of 4 had long since noticed Shifeng standing with Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, so they knew that the 3 should be in the same party. Meanwhile, the kingdom's rookie competition only allowed players to form up to parties of 6 to help each other during the competition. The rookie competition's preliminaries consisted of numerous rounds. For each round, Players would be randomly teleported into the island's inner zone in batches of 100, and they would have to fight each other until only 10 remained. This process would be repeated until only 100 players remained. Then the competition's primaries would begin. Because of this system, the preliminaries would be a considerably long and arduous process. If players partied up before the competition, they would be put into the same batches during the preliminaries. This allowed them to cover each other's backs and increase their chances of survival. However, their party already had 4 members. If Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao joined, it would mean that Shifeng would be excluded. Although Desolate Fury had long known that Lightning Chaser was trying to woo Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, he didn't expect Lightning Chaser to show so much hostility to Shifeng simply because Shifeng was standing with Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Peerless Duo. Chapter 307, Peerless Duo. As soon as Lightning Chaser finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere instantly tensed up. Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's expressions turned a little ugly when they heard Lightning Chaser's words. Chilly even. When the female cleric and male ranger on the same party as Lightning Chaser thought of dissuading the young swordsman and neutralizing this awkward situation, they suddenly noticed the lack of an adventurer's emblem on Shifeng, and they immediately kept their mouths shut. The Greater God's domain was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak. Even if they helped resolve this awkward situation for Shifeng, so long as he remained with Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, he would continue coming across similar situations afterward. After all, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao possessed beauty and temperaments that could make even beautiful women grow envious. On top of that, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao also possessed great talent. Even the heirs of the greater world's corporations would deem them worthy partners. Had Shifeng worn a golden leaf emblem, he could more or less stand on the same playing field as them. In that case, they could have considered doing him a favor and helping him out of this awkward situation. However, it simply wasn't worthwhile for them to offend Lightning Chaser, a titled expert, for someone who wasn't even at the 4th floor standard. Moreover, it was evident that Lightning Chaser was only behaving so arrogantly because he had noticed the lack of a golden leaf emblem on Shifeng. "That won't be necessary, Vice Commander Chaser," Midsummer said, her voice taking on a chilly tone. She could naturally tell that Lightning Chaser intended to exclude Shifeng. "We have already formed a party with Brother Black Flame. We don't need to join any other parties." As for Wu Xiaoxiao, she couldn't even be bothered to respond to Lightning Chaser. Midsummer had spent a considerable amount of time in the Purple Melody Alliance already. She also more or less belonged to the same generation as Lightning Chaser and Desolate Fury. So, she was obliged to humor them a little. However, it was a different story for Wu Xiaoxiao. She had only joined the Purple Melody Alliance recently. She wasn't familiar with Lightning Chaser either. Black Flame? When Desolate Fury heard Midsummer mentioning Shifeng, he couldn't help but feel as if he had heard about it before. However, he failed to recall who exactly Shifeng was. "Don't be so quick to refuse, Midsummer. I'm inviting you two into our party for your sakes," Lightning Chaser nonchalantly said. Then he briefly glanced at Shifeng before turning back to Midsummer, smiling as he continued. "The Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 3 is indignant over your actions, and the kingdom's various powers are all keeping their eyes out for you to get into Saint 3's good graces. The various powers experts will definitely target you two during the competition, so it's going to be very difficult for you two to get into the top 100 and attract the various corporations' attention. However, so long as you join our party, the various powers experts will more or less hold back out of respect for Commander Fury and me. This will greatly increase your chances of entering the top 100. Lightning Chaser was very confident in his party. Aside from Desolate Fury, Lightning Chaser was also one of the Myriad Forest Empire's top 100 geniuses. Specifically, he was ranked 98th Saint 3 might not show them any respect, but the ancient river kingdom's other powers would more or less have to respect them. Respect. Midsummer couldn't help but chuckle at Lightning Chaser's words. Xiao Xiao and I don't need your help. Moreover, Xiao Xiao and I aren't aiming for the top 100. You're not aiming for the top 100. Lightning Chaser was a little surprised. Now that Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao had angered Saint 3, their only hope of surviving his wrath was to get within the rookie competition's top 100. If they could get within the top 100, it would more or less deter the ancient river kingdom's various powers from interfering in their feud with Saint 3. Dealing with the Twin Saints Alliance wouldn't be a problem, either. After all, the Purple Melody Alliance wasn't a pushover. So long as Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao could enter the rookie competition's top 100, the Alliance would definitely view them with much greater importance. The Alliance might even mobilize a Tier 6 elder to protect them long-term. That's right. Our goal isn't to be in the top 100, Wu Xiao Xiao suddenly said. Instead, it is to get into the overall rankings top 10. Top 10. Lightning Chaser couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Wu Xiao Xiao's statement. Do you know what kind of people is competing for the top 10 spots, Xiao Xiao? Not even the commander can confidently say he can get into the top 10. Aside from Lightning Chaser, even the female cleric and male ranger on his party couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle at Wu Xiao Xiao's declaration. Although the rookie competition wasn't a direct competition of combat power, but a competition to see who could survive the longest in the ancient river secret land's central zone instead. Those seeking to get into the competition's top 10 would still need to have a certain degree of combat power. Wu Xiao Xiao and Midsummer could indeed be considered powerful experts in the ancient river kingdom. However, the rookie competition was a gathering of geniuses. In this competition, Wu Xiao Xiao could only be considered average. As for Midsummer, although she had already reached the 4th floor standard, it remained unknown whether she could even get into the preliminaries top 100. As for the top 10, when the female cleric and male ranger initially received the Purple Melody Alliance's priority training, they had indeed thought of themselves as the strongest geniuses in the ancient river kingdom. However, after participating in the kingdom's rookie competition time and again, as well as fighting against the myriad Forest Empire's geniuses, they realized they were merely in a fool's dream. The truly peerless geniuses had never been fighting on the same level as they were since the very beginning. Evidently, the current Wu Xiao Xiao had yet to wake up from her fantasy. Setting all other factors aside, do you know what's the minimum your mana body's completion rate must be at if you wish to get into the top 10, Xiao Xiao? Lightning Chaser asked rhetorically. 115%. Moreover, this is only the bare minimum. In past competitions, the average completion rate of the top 10 rankers' mana bodies is 117%. 105%. And what about your mana body's completion rate? Is it at 105%, or has it reached 110%? In Lightning Chaser's opinion, Wu Xiao Xiao was certainly talented. However, in her current state, she should hit her limit after reaching 110%. After all, it wasn't easy to develop an epic mana body. Take Midsummer, for example. Even after receiving plenty of resources from the Purple Melody Alliance, her epic mana body's completion rate remained at 110%. She'd have to thank the heavens if she could reach 112% in the future. It should be known that even Desolate Fury, the Purple Melody Alliance's #1 genius, had only developed his epic mana body to a completion rate of 116%. This was why Lightning Chaser had said that even Desolate Fury couldn't confidently say that he could get into the rookie competition's top 10. 105%? 110%? Wu Xiao Xiao smiled when she heard Lightning Chaser's guesses. Immediately afterward, the intensity of her aura increased by several times. The surrounding mana also swarmed her as if they had just found their home, causing the density of her surrounding mana to increase rapidly. Gas! liquid. Even after the mana around Wu Xiaoxiao had thoroughly condensed into a liquid state, its density still did not stop increasing. Boom! Suddenly, the mana surrounding Wu Xiaoxiao seemingly exploded like a geyser as it shot into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. While this phenomenon was occurring, Wu Xiaoxiao calmly looked at Lightning Chaser and asked, "Take a guess and see what my mana body's completion rate is. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 308 Gap. Chapter 308 Gap. 115%. Lightning Chaser couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at the pillar of mana rising from Wu Xiaoxiao. In the greater God's domain, forming a pillar with one's mana was not a feat players could achieve with only a 110% epic mana body. Typically, players would need an epic mana body that had reached a 115% completion rate to accomplish such a feat, 115%. This was the goal countless geniuses in the greater God's domain sought to achieve. Even Lightning Chaser, a top 100 genius in the Myriad Forest Empire, had only managed to develop his epic mana body to a completion rate of 114% thus far. Moreover, he was already stuck at this threshold for many months and wasn't even certain if he could ever break into the 115% threshold in the future. Every 5% of a mana body's completion rate was a major threshold. The 115% threshold was even a monumental threshold that separated geniuses from peerless geniuses. So long as a genius could develop an epic mana body to a completion rate of 115%, they would become a hot commodity for the various hegemonic powers. Some corporations might even extend an olive branch to them. This was because only peerless geniuses could create a powerful mana body and gain strength rivaling NPC demigods when they got promoted to Tier 5 in the future. Some of the more powerful peerless geniuses could even fight against Tier 6 divine monsters without the help of any legendary weapons or equipment. So long as these peerless geniuses reached Tier 6, every one of them would become a highly influential figure in the greater God's domain. They would also stand far above ordinary Tier 6 experts. No, it's not 115%. Desolate Fury suddenly said. Even he had needed a moment to react to this unexpected development. Her mana body's completion rate should have already reached the legendary 120%. 120%. Lightning Chaser couldn't help but doubt his ears when he heard Desolate Fury's words. "Are you joking with me, Commander?" How long had it been since Wu Xiaoxiao joined the Purple Melody Alliance? It should be known that Wu Xiaoxiao hadn't even reached Tier 4 when she joined the Alliance. Her combat standard also wasn't at the 3rd floor standard at the time. Yet now he was being told that Wu Xiaoxiao had already developed her epic mana body to the legendary 120%? The female cleric and male ranger were similarly shocked by this revelation. An epic mana body with a 120% completion rate was akin to a legend in the greater God's domain. Even Saint 3, a genius highly regarded by the ancient River Kingdom's various powers, had only managed to develop his epic mana body to a 119% completion rate thus far. There might only be a 1% difference between 119% and 120%, but the actual gap was like heaven and earth. One could only remain a peerless genius in a kingdom, while the other would be regarded as a legend in the greater God's domain. There should be no mistake, Desolate Fury said definitively as he looked at the mana pillar roughly 100 meters tall. The last time I met Saint 3, the mana pillar, he revealed, only reached a height of roughly 60 meters, and he wasn't holding back at the time. Aside from her mana body's completion rate reaching 120%, I can't think of any other explanation for why her mana pillar can reach such a height. Mana was greatly restricted in the greater God's domain, so extending a mana domain was extremely challenging for players. Getting mana to expand naturally and explosively was also an incredibly difficult task. Normally, even with a 115% epic mana body, a player could, at best, produce a mana pillar of roughly 20 meters in height. Afterward, each subsequent increase of 1% in completion rate would result in a height increase of around 10 meters. So, even if Wu Xiaoxiao's epic mana body was at a 119% completion rate, it shouldn't be possible for her to produce a mana pillar that reached 100% meters in height. However, it was a different story if her mana body was at the legendary 120% completion rate. The mana body would undergo a qualitative transformation every 5%. So if Wu Xiaoxiao's mana body had reached the 120% completion rate, it would make sense that she could produce such a tall mana pillar. Meanwhile, the appearance of Wu Xiaoxiao's mana pillar also startled the other players in the plaza. A mana pillar. Her mana body's completion rate has reached 115%. You country bumpkin, can you not see how tall that mana pillar is? Do you think that's something a 115% mana body can produce? Heavens, that mana pillar's nearly 100 meters tall. A legend. She's a legend. I can't believe I get to see a legend in person. Holy crap, a 120% mana body. Who is this beauty? Many of the players present failed to comprehend the situation even after seeing the spectacular mana pillar that rose nearly 100 meters into the sky. However, when some of the more well-informed players saw the mana pillar, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. At the same time, they also wondered if Wu Xiaoxiao was the paragon of some upper-ranking hegemonic power or a paragon nurtured internally by a conglomerate. Wu Xiaoxiao. Isn't she one of the people who had offended Saint 3? An expert with a master-ranked identification skill quickly uncovered Wu Xiaoxiao's information, and he couldn't help but be shocked by what he saw. Wasn't she supposed to be a newcomer in the Purple Melody Alliance? A 120% epic mana body. Madness. This is madness. Why is the Purple Melody Alliance staying silent toward Saint 3's behavior? How can Purple Melody treat such a peerless paragon like this? A corporation's observer wore an incredulous look on his face as he looked at the mana rising from Wu Xiaoxiao. This won't do. I have to meet with the president right away. We must pull this talent into the corporation before the upper-ranking hegemonic powers learn about her. At the same time, the hidden observers of several other corporations and hegemonic powers also promptly contacted their superiors, afraid they would miss this perfect opportunity to recruit Wu Xiaoxiao, a legend. So long as Wu Xiaoxiao was nurtured properly, she would definitely become a big shot capable of standing at the very top of the greater god's domain. The amount of assistance she could provide to a power would surpass even an entire elementary god's domain. After all, only Tier 6 experts of such caliber could have any speaking rights near the heart of the greater god's domain. While all of this was taking place, Midsummer looked at Lightning Chaser's dazed expression and smiled, asking, "Do we have the qualifications to compete for the top 10 spots now, Vice Commander Chaser?" "We." Lightning Chaser snapped out of his daze and looked at Midsummer. Then, realization seemingly dawned upon, he asked with a stunned expression, "Don't tell me you are also—" Lightning Chaser knew that Midsummer would always speak concisely. She would never use words indiscriminately. If Wu Xiaoxiao was the only person to have developed her epic mana body to a 120% completion rate, Midsummer would, at most, say that Wu Xiaoxiao could compete for the top 10 spots. Yet, Midsummer had used the word we. In other words, aside from Wu Xiaoxiao, Midsummer had also developed her mana body to 120%? 2 120% epic mana bodies? Was this possible? Looking at Lightning Chaser's stunned expression, Midsummer revealed a wicked smile and slowly said, "What do you think? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, Rookie Competition Begins. Chapter 309, Rookie Competition Begins. Impossible. This is impossible. When Lightning Chaser saw Midsummer smile, his mind instantly went into denial, thinking that Midsummer must be fooling him. Midsummer was not Wu Xiaoxiao. Wu Xiaoxiao was a newcomer who had only recently joined the Purple Melody Alliance. He didn't have a particularly good understanding of Wu Xiaoxiao, so even though he found it shocking that she was talented enough to develop a 120% epic mana body, it wasn't outside the realm of possibilities. However, Midsummer had joined the Purple Melody Alliance in roughly the same generation as he did. They were former rivals, so he understood her talent and standards well. Even developing an epic mana body with a 115% completion rate was impossible for her, let alone one with the legendary 120% completion rate. It had only been some days since they had last met. There was no way he would believe that Midsummer had managed to refine her epic mana body to a 120% completion rate in such a short time. Not even in her dreams would this be possible. While Lightning Chaser was stuck in a cycle of confusion and denial, a threefold magic array suddenly appeared above the temple. The magic array was massive, covering not only the temple, but also the entire plaza outside the temple. Immediately afterward, some players in the plaza received a system notification. System: Participant 1,642,762. The preliminaries will begin soon. Please enter the designated teleportation magic array in the order of your number. The preliminaries have started. Midsummer. Let's head over, Sherfong said to Midsummer after looking at the system notification before him. Then he walked to one of the several dozen magic arrays that had appeared in the middle of the plaza, showing no interest whatsoever in Lightning Chaser's thoughts. Midsummer nodded in response. Then, ignoring Lightning Chaser, she bid Desolate Fury, the female cleric, and the male ranger goodbye before running after Sherfong. She dares to ignore me? Lightning Chaser immediately felt anger rising within him when he saw Midsummer leaving. As one of the peerless geniuses nurtured by the Purple Melody Alliance, he had a limitless future ahead of him. Normally, countless female players would flock to him. Although Midsummer was talented, she wasn't unique. Several of his female admirers could easily match her. Yet, now, Midsummer had chosen to ignore him. You ignored her friend, so it's only natural she will take such an attitude with you, Desolate Fury said, rolling his eyes. You've gone too far this time. You might have finally gained the Extreme Eagle Corporation's recognition and become an official successor, but Midsummer's future achievements and status definitely wouldn't be beneath yours. The female cleric and male ranger nodded, agreeing with Desolate Fury's words. Lightning Chaser indeed possessed very high status in the real world. Previously, his status as one of the Extreme Eagle Corporation's young masters was already enough to cause many hegemonic powers to fawn over him. Now that he had become one of the Extreme Eagle Corporation's official successors, his status in the real world had risen even further. However, the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this year differed from past rookie competitions. It was one of the grandest rookie competitions the kingdom had ever held in its long history. Meanwhile, this was all because of the Galaxy Conglomerate, one of the Starlight Realm's top conglomerates. The Galaxy Conglomerate had recently announced an assembly to all kingdoms and empires in the Starlight Realm. This assembly was targeted at young Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts under the age of 35, and the conglomerate intended to extend its invitation to 300 players of each tier of the two tiers. For those fortunate enough to receive an invitation, not only would they gain the Galaxy Conglomerate's precious silver membership, but they could also gain permanent access to Galaxy City, which was the Starlight Realm's holy land for business and the Galaxy Corporation's main headquarters. Setting aside Galaxy City, a place where countless players sought to enter, Just the opportunity to acquire the Galaxy conglomerate's silver membership was already enough to tempt countless players into action. In the real world, anyone who possessed the Galaxy conglomerate's silver membership could essentially waltz around in the greater world's various cities as if they owned the place. Even then, the various corporations based in these cities would still have to show them a certain degree of respect. Under normal circumstances, even the helmsmen of corporations would have to go through great difficulties to acquire the Galaxy conglomerate's silver membership. Yet, the Galaxy conglomerate was giving away 600 silver membership slots for its assembly this time. One could easily imagine how intense the competition to join the assembly would be. However, according to insider information their party received, anyone who managed to get into the top 20 of the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this time could skip the preliminaries to join the assembly and get promoted straight into the official competition. This was a huge boon to Tier 4 players seeking to obtain the Galaxy conglomerate's silver membership. It should be known that the Starlight Realm was massive. Setting aside the many gods' domains that existed in the Starlight Realm, just the kingdoms and empires in the realm numbered over 1,000. So, nobody knew how many under 35 Tier 4 experts there were in the Starlight Realm. The Tier 4 players participating in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this time consisted of only a small portion of the kingdom's Tier 4 youths. Even so, the number of participants had still exceeded 1 million. As for the other Tier 4 youths, they had already participated in past rookie competitions and joined the various powers, so they no longer needed to participate in the rookie competition. However, once the Galaxy conglomerate's official selection began, it wouldn't even be strange to see over 10 million participants coming from the Ancient River Kingdom. 1,000 kingdoms would mean 10 million participants. Not to mention, there were still the bigger and stronger empires. Yet, the Tier 4 category of the Galaxy conglomerate's official competition would only be open to 100,000 participants. After deducting the slots reserved for the various kingdoms and empires, there wouldn't be many left for those participating in the preliminaries. If players couldn't get their hands on any of the various kingdoms and empires' reserve slots, the difficulty of getting into the official competition would increase exponentially. Meanwhile, it was precisely because they had received insider information about the Galaxy conglomerate's plans for the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition that their party had come to participate in a competition that normally wouldn't benefit them. Now that the completion rate of Midsummer's mana body had already reached 120%, she could absolutely achieve excellent results in the Galaxy Corporation's official selection. And if she were lucky and got into the top 300, her status would instantly skyrocket. At that time, even the Extreme Eagle conglomerate would have to show her respect. So what if her mana body's completion rate has reached 120%? Lightning Chaser curled his lips in disdain. She might receive significant improvements from it, but whether she can even get into the top 20 remains uncertain. Surprisingly, Desolate Fury did not rebuke Lightning Chaser's words this time. As Lightning Chaser said, it remained uncertain whether Midsummer could even get into the rookie competition's top 20, let alone the top 10. This was because even a mana body that had reached a 120% completion rate could only provide players with a limited increase in strength. Rather than a representation of strength, a 120% mana body was more of a representation of a player's future potential. If it was before the Galaxy conglomerate had announced its assembly a month ago, Midsummer would have had a very good chance at entering the rookie competition's top 10. However, because of the Galaxy conglomerate's announcement and its subsequent arrangement for the rookie competition, many geniuses from the neighboring kingdoms and empires had also come to compete for the rookie competition's top 20 positions. This situation drastically increased the rookie competition's intensity. The competition was so fierce that even Desolate Fury wasn't confident he could get into the top 20. While Desolate Fury and Lightning Chaser were talking, the female cleric standing beside them looked up at translucent magic mirrors that had appeared above the plaza. Then, She suddenly pointed at one of the mirrors and said, "Commander! Midsummer seems to have gotten into a precarious situation." Shown in the magic mirror the cleric pointed at was Midsummer in her icy blue robe. Aside from Midsummer, another player was shown in the same mirror, and this player was a titled expert from the Myriad Forest Empire. TL notes, made some changes in Chapter 294, original, icy green robe and icy green hat changed. Icy blue robe and icy blue hat. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, One Finger to Bring Down the Heavens. Chapter 310, One Finger to Bring Down the Heavens. This is indeed a tricky situation. I didn't think she would meet Ocean Breeze, of all people. Desolate Fury was greatly surprised when he saw the young knight displayed in the same magic mirror as Midsummer. Ocean Breeze, the Knight of Thousand Winds, ranked 50th in combat power among the Myriad Forest Empire's young experts. Although his rank wasn't as high as Desolate Fury's, he was an anti-magic knight, the bane of all magical classes. The anti-magic knight was a peak class that could unleash an anti-magic domain. Within his anti-magic domain, all magic arrays would lose effect. It was a powerful counter against magical classes that relied mainly on spells to attack. The anti-magic domain would have been considered a perfect ability, if not for its limited range. When used in the Greater Gods domain, a Tier 4 anti-magic knight could only extend their anti-magic domain up to a 50-yard radius. So long as magical class players stayed outside the anti-magic domain's range, they could freely cast their spells, and there'd be nothing the anti-magic knight could do about it. However, to make up for his anti-magic domain's lack of range, Ocean Breeze had learned an advanced silver footwork. With the help of this footwork, it was practically impossible for any Tier 4 magical class player within his sight to keep their distance from him. Ha ha ha. I already said she won't get into the top 20. Lightning Chaser couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the magic mirror hovering in the air. Although he knew that Midsummer had incredible potential and could perhaps achieve a higher status than he could in the future, his mood brightened significantly when he saw that Midsummer was going to get disqualified in the first round of the preliminaries. Moreover, so long as Midsummer failed to get into the rookie competition's top 20, her chances of getting into the Galaxy Conglomerate's official competition would become very slim. If Midsummer failed to become a silver member of the Galaxy Conglomerate, he would have plenty of opportunities to get his hands on her. After all, he knew Midsummer's real identity. With the extreme Eagle Corporation's strength, there'd be nothing Midsummer and her family could do to resist him. While Desolate Fury's party members were talking among themselves, the other experts in the plaza also turned their attention to Midsummer's fight. Isn't that beauty the companion of that legend just now? She has quite the rotten luck to meet the Knight of Thousand Winds right off the bat. It seems she's going to get disqualified on the very first round. You can't really say she has bad luck. Many experts in the Ancient River Kingdom are currently targeting her because of Saint 3. Even if she didn't come across Ocean Breeze this round, everyone she comes across would most likely make her a priority target. You might be right, but getting disqualified in the first round is still a little miserable. I wonder if Ocean Breeze will show mercy? I heard that players he kills would typically have their souls put into a weakened state for half a month. If that beauty gets put out of commission for such a long period, she'll most likely miss the Galaxy Conglomerate's assembly. You expect the Knight of Thousand Winds to show mercy? Are you dreaming? Ocean Breeze and Saint 3 are good friends. He might show mercy to others, but he definitely won't do so for that beauty. He's good friends with Saint 3, but Wu Xiao Xiao is a legend with an immeasurable future, while that beauty looks like she is close to Wu Xiao Xiao. Will Ocean Breeze really be dumb enough to offend a legend for Saint 3? The various hegemonic powers experts in the plaza engaged in an enthusiastic discussion as they looked at the magic mirror displaying Midsummer's battle. After Wu Xiao Xiao had revealed her 120% epic mana body. The various hegemonic powers experts present conducted a thorough investigation of her background. So, they knew about the conflict Wu Xiaoxiao's group had with Saint 3. Originally, everyone had planned on doing Wu Xiaoxiao a favor during the preliminaries by ignoring Midsummer and share foam should they come across these two people. However, it would seem that their hopes of doing the legend a favor might be dashed soon. Out of all the people Midsummer could have encountered, she just had to meet Ocean Breeze, Saint 3's close friend. Now, whether Midsummer could pass the preliminaries first round depended entirely on Ocean Breeze's attitude. While the spectating participants in the plaza were engaged in their discussion over Midsummer, Ocean Breeze equipped the axe and square shield he carried on his back and slowly walked toward Midsummer, continuously closing the distance between them. 100 yards, 80 yards, 70 yards. You are terribly unlucky to meet me in the first round, little beauty, Ocean Breeze said, chuckling as he looked at Midsummer, who quietly stood ahead of him. Originally, I was planning on getting rid of that Wu Xiaoxiao permanently to get Saint 3 to owe me a huge favor. I didn't think I would meet you first. Moreover, it seems your mana body's completion rate is also quite high. It should be above 115% already, right? In that case, I'll give you two options. The first option is to tell me Wu Xiaoxiao's real identity. Do that, and I will only heavily injure you. I won't annihilate your soul, and you won't have to waste all the effort you've put into developing your mana body. The second option is to restart a new account. Take your pick. Soul annihilation. Midsummer was a little surprised when she heard Ocean Breeze's words. Soul annihilation abilities were normally available to only Tier 5 existences or above. She didn't think Ocean Breeze would possess such a frightening ability at Tier 4. You can only blame yourself for having poor luck. It was only a few days ago that I fully grasped my soul annihilation ability. Although this ability is useless against Tier 5 and Tier 6 players, it is enough against Tier 4 players, Ocean Breeze said, nodding in delight. Soul annihilation abilities were powerful abilities that Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts used against lower-tiered players. However, because many kingdoms and empires prohibited high-tiered players from taking action against low-tiered players, the significance of soul annihilation abilities fell significantly in the greater god's domain. However, it was a different story for him. Thanks to his anti-magic knight class, he had grasped a soul annihilation ability at Tier 4, and it was even effective against players of the same tier. This was why the paragons of many kingdoms and empires would try to befriend him. Ocean Breeze admitted that an epic mana body with a 120% completion rate might be frightening. However, he could also tell that Wu Xiaoxiao didn't have very high combat standards. So he guessed that Wu Xiaoxiao simply got lucky and developed her mana body to the legendary completion rate. As long as he could destroy Wu Xiaoxiao once, she would no longer be a threat to anyone. I have poor luck. When Midsummer saw that Ocean Breeze was close to moving within 50 yards of her, she suddenly smiled. Do you think you are very lucky? As soon as Midsummer finished speaking, the intensity of her aura and the density of the mana surrounding her suddenly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, a towering mana pillar rose from her. A 100-meter mana pillar. Ocean Breeze was stunned when he saw the mana pillar rising from Midsummer. Then he looked at Midsummer in disbelief and asked, "You are also a legend?" He had already found it shocking when he saw Wu Xiaoxiao revealing herself as a legend. He didn't think that Midsummer, an ordinary member of the Purple Melody Alliance, would also be a legend. With this, he had seen two legends on the same day. Others would probably think he was crazy if he told them about this. However, Ocean Breeze quickly recovered from his surprise and contemptuously saying, "You have indeed surprised me, but death remains the only outcome awaiting you." He would definitely be experiencing a huge headache right now if Midsummer wasn't a magical class player. Unfortunately for Midsummer, there was no changing reality. Not only was Midsummer a Tier 4 Great Wizard, but there were also only 55 yards separating them right now. So long as he took one step forward, Midsummer would be within his anti-magic domain, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. After saying so, Ocean Breeze took a step forward, intending to put Midsummer within his anti-magic domain. Is that so? As if to mock Ocean Breeze, Midsummer allowed the Night of Thousand Winds to move within 50 yards of her while she pointed at the sky. Subsequently, a huge tear in space appeared in the sky and spewed gigantic fireballs out one after another, the fireballs covering a radius of over 500 yards. Silent cast twofold Tier 4 curse, Starfire Shower. Boom! When the fireballs made contact with the ground, they instantly turned the battlefield into a sea of fire. The flames so bright their glow could be seen from across the entire island. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, Sword Drawn, Souls Gone. Chapter 311, Sword Drawn. Souls gone when Midsummer's Starfire Shower descended. All magic mirrors above the plaza radiated a blinding glow, preventing anyone from looking at them directly. However, when the blinding light faded, what everyone saw shocked them to the core. The Night of Thousand Winds. The Night of Thousand Winds got killed in one move? Crazy! This is crazy. I must be dreaming. Not only does she have a 120% mana body, but she also silent cast a twofold Tier 4 curse? Who is she? Everyone in the plaza couldn't keep their mouths closed when they saw the outcome displayed in the magic mirror, keeping track of Midsummer's battle. Not just Wu Xiao Xiao, but even Midsummer had a mana body that had reached the legendary 120% completion rate. Moreover, the combat prowess Midsummer displayed was utterly astounding. It should be known that Ocean Breeze, the Night of Thousand Winds, was not only a genius who ranked 50th in the Myriad Forest Kingdom's first-generation rankings, but due to his class, he was also the bane of all magical classes. Yet he had died to a magical class player in one move. With such strength, Midsummer could already be put on the same level as the Ancient River Kingdom's 10 Great Paragons. She silent cast a twofold Tier 4 curse? Desolate Fury was similarly shocked when he saw Midsummer's performance. Currently, the area 5 yards ahead of Midsummer had already transformed into a lava hell. The high temperatures of this field of lava were so high that even Tier 5 players would rapidly lose HP while standing in it and transform into a charred corpse in just a little more than 10 seconds. However, the power of Midsummer's attack wasn't what shocked Desolate Fury, since Tier 4 curses originally possessed the power of Tier 5 spells already. Not to mention, the Tier 4 curse Midsummer used was even under the large-scale destruction spell category, and spells under this category were strategic-level spells in God's domain. Rather than the curse's power, what shocked Desolate Fury was the way Midsummer had cast her Starfire Shower. Tier 4 curse rank destruction spells were rarely used in 1 versus 1 PvP situations due to their overly long casting times. If a player wasn't capable of silent casting, it'd be incredibly foolish to even try to use such a curse. However, so long as a player could silent cast such a curse, even titled experts of the same tier would fall if they weren't careful. As for twofold Tier 4 curses, if a player could silent cast one, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a moving disaster. A silent cast Tier 4 curse would be weaker than a Tier 4 curse that was cast normally, so it wasn't impossible for a Tier 4 titled expert to try and defend against it. However, a silent cast twofold Tier 4 curse was something not even titled experts could defend against. This was because the moment they blocked the first Tier 4 curse, the second Tier 4 curse would immediately follow. With the limitations of a Tier 4 player strength, there was no way a Tier 4 player could react in time before they got hit by the second Tier 4 curse. Typically, when Tier 4 players were going up against an expert capable of silent casting twofold Tier 4 curses, Their only option was to put as much distance between themselves and the caster as possible. It was simply impossible for a Tier 4 player to react to such an attack at close range. Hence, Tier 4 experts capable of silent casting twofold Tier 4 curses were regarded as nigh invincible among Tier 4 players. Of course, silent casting a twofold Tier 4 curse was incredibly difficult. Even among titled experts, only a small minority of magical class paragons could accomplish it. Not only did accomplishing such a feat require the caster to have an extremely high affinity with mana, but the caster would also need a considerably high mastery over the various elements of mana. These were harsh requirements that most Tier 4 players would find impossible to meet. Damn it! Damn it! When Lightning Chaser saw Midsummer's goddess-like appearance displayed in the magic mirror, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Why is she in the same party with that guy? If it weren't for that insignificant bastard, Midsummer would have never behaved so indifferently to me. It's all that bastard's fault. The combination of a 120% epic mana body and the ability to silent cast a twofold Tier 4 curse was enough to place Midsummer at the top of even the Myriad Forest Empire. She would be put on the same level as the Empire's paragons, and even the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would fight to recruit her. The status she could gain would surpass his status as a corporation's potential successor. Originally, this beautiful and talented goddess could have been his. Yet, now he had missed the opportunity to obtain her. When Lightning Chaser thought up to this point, his gaze turned toward the magic mirror displaying Shifeng's figure. His eyes filled with envy and killing intent as he watched Shifeng walking in a forest. He, an official successor of the Extreme Eagle Corporation, had lost to some nobody? Moreover, this nobody didn't even have a golden leaf emblem. If this nobody were to talk out on the streets, an ordinary beauty wouldn't even glance at him. Shortly after Lightning Chaser started watching Shifeng, his blood pressure spiked again. Currently displayed in the magic mirror were Shifeng and Wu Xiaoxiao walking together. However, every expert the two came across was dealt with by Wu Xiaoxiao. Although Wu Xiaoxiao wasn't as strong as Midsummer, she could still silent casting Tier 4 curses, so her combat power was comparable to titled experts. Meanwhile, throughout this entire time, Shifeng only watched from the side and quietly waited to get promoted through the round. However, what Lightning Chaser couldn't stomach the most was that Shifeng was chatting merrily with Wu Xiaoxiao. The bastard was utterly shameless. At this time, Lightning Chaser wasn't the only person directing feelings of anger and jealousy at Shifeng. Many young men in the plaza also started to behave this way toward Shifeng. Not only was Shifeng acquainted with two goddess-like individuals, but they even shared a close relationship, evidenced by how they interacted with one another. Subsequently, as time passed, fewer players remained in the various regions of the preliminaries first round. At some point, the various youths watching Shifeng's and Wu Xiaoxiao's actions suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, now that the goddess is pinned down by a titled expert, let's see what that bastard will do. He has to go up against 3 fourth-floor experts simultaneously. That bastard is definitely going to embarrass himself in front of the goddess. Bets are open. Guess how many seconds that kid can last. How many seconds? Aren't you overestimating that guy? He only survived until now because he was lucky enough to get acquainted with the two goddesses. However, his luck ends here. With 3 fourth-floor experts as his opponents, the fight will end in 1 second. When the spectating participants saw 3 young men wearing golden leaf emblems slowly closing in on Shifeng, they couldn't help but grow excited. It was especially so for Lightning Chaser. Quickly get rid of him. Let Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao see just how weak he is. Lightning Chaser muttered excitedly as he looked at the magic mirror. So what if Shifeng got to be in the same party as Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao? He was merely an ant who hadn't even reached the World Tower's 4th floor. In the end, he was still going to get disqualified. Black flame. Black flame. When Desolate Fury looked at Sure Fang's figure displayed in the magic mirror, he muttered to himself, "Why do I keep feeling as if I've seen him before? How could you possibly have met that kid before, Commander? He's merely an ant who doesn't even have a golden leaf. You normally only interact with the myriad forest empire's peerless geniuses. That kid can't possibly be one of those peerless geniuses, right?" Lightning Chaser said, scoffing. While Lightning Chaser was speaking, the 3 fourth-floor experts displayed in the magic mirror sneered and began their offensive on Sure Feng. However, as if they wanted to toy with Sure Feng in front of Wu Xiao, they deliberately slowed down their movements. Then, when they were within 10 yards of Sure Feng, all 3 attacked Sure Feng simultaneously, one slashing with a long sword, another smashing with a war hammer, and another stabbing with a pair of daggers. Even though the 3 youths were already holding back, which was evidenced by their lack of skill usage, the speed and frequency of their attacks were still too much for ordinary Tier 4 players to keep up with. Moreover, all 3 of them attacked from Sure Fang's blind spots. When the 3 youths' attacks were within 1 yard of reaching their target, Sure Feng, who had remained motionless all this time, suddenly moved. Draw, swing, sheath. Sure Feng executed 3 simple movements, nearly in slow motion, in the eyes of the spectating participants. However, even though Sure Fang's movements were slow and gentle, the 3 fourth-floor experts failed to react to his movements. Or, more specifically, as if their bodies became frozen in time, the 3 youths stopped moving altogether and simply allowed Sure Fang's sword to cut across their necks. Even until their HP had fallen to 0, the 3 did not show the slightest bit of resistance. The spectators were dumbfounded when they saw this, and silence enveloped the entire plaza. What just happened? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, Azura Sword Emperor? Chapter 312, Azura Sword Emperor? No, impossible. Lightning Chaser couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the 3 fourth-floor experts in the magic mirror collapsing to the ground. Sure Feng had not only killed 3 fourth-floor experts in one move, but he had also done so without using any skills or combat techniques. All he did was swing his sword. Fourth-floor experts were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. They would be regarded as powerful experts in any city. Unless there was an overwhelming gap in basic attributes, even titled experts would need to put in some effort to kill an ordinary fourth-floor expert. After all, experts of this caliber would have all factors within their immediate vicinity under their control. They could also make perfect predictions of their opponent's attacks and take the necessary countermeasures. Unless they were targeted by a powerful AoE attack that couldn't be dodged, there was no way they could be killed instantly. Yet, 3 fourth-floor experts were killed by Sure Feng, an ant who didn't have a golden leaf emblem, with only 1 slash. Even dreams would be more believable than this situation. This situation was so unbelievable that Lightning Chaser couldn't help but suspect if the 3 fourth-floor youths were paid actors. Otherwise, why would they stand still and do nothing as Sure Feng killed them? Lightning Chaser wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. Many of the spectating participants in the plaza also thought as such. Aside from the 3 youths being actors hired by Sure Feng, they couldn't think of any other reason to explain this bewildering situation. While the spectators were speculating whether the 3 youths were paid actors hired by Sure Feng, the expression of the young male assassin fighting Wu Xiao turned ashen as he looked at Sure Feng. He has a Tier 5 physique. Although this assassin youth spoke under his breath, his voice was conveyed clearly through the magic mirror, and his speculation shocked the spectating crowd. Tier 5 physique? Could he have a piece of legendary equipment equipped? No wonder those 3 failed to even react. There's no way Tier 4 players can keep up with a Tier 5 physique's reaction speed. Legendary equipment. Could he be from an upper-ranking hegemonic power? Everyone participating in the rookie competition was a genius among the ancient river kingdom's younger generation. Although they had yet to get promoted to Tier 5, they understood the significance of having a Tier 5 physique. Invincibility among Tier 4. Indeed, this was true invincibility among Tier 4. Players would see a huge improvement in various parameters for every tier they climbed in God's domain. It was especially true for their physique. The stronger a player's physique, the higher their reaction speed's limit would be. If one compared the reaction speed limits of an ordinary Tier 4 expert and a Tier 4 titled expert, the difference would only be about the same as the gap between the Tier 3 and Tier 4 standard, which was a relatively small gap. It was just that titled experts were much better at pushing their reaction speeds to their limit, with some even capable of keeping their reaction speed at maximum at all times. In contrast, ordinary Tier 4 experts couldn't even push their reaction speeds to their limit. Hence, even after setting aside factors such as equipment and basic attributes, there was still a massive gap in combat performance between ordinary experts and titled experts. However, the difference between having a Tier 4 physique and a Tier 5 physique would create a much bigger gap in reaction speeds. It was basically a difference between 1 and 2. In the time it took a Tier 4 titled expert to execute one attack, a Tier 5 expert could execute 2 attacks. In other words, should the two clash, the Tier 4 titled expert would only be halfway to completing their defensive maneuver when the Tier 5 expert had already completed their attack. The Tier 4 titled expert's body simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the Tier 5 player's attack. Just this point alone made it impossible for most Tier 4 players to go up against Tier 5 players. This was also why transcending tiers was such a difficult feat in God's domain. If players wished to fight opponents of a higher tier in God's domain, especially at the higher tiers, they'd need to have a legendary weapon or equipment. Either that or Hall of Fame-level fragmented legendary equipment at the very least. Otherwise, attempting such a challenge would be no different than committing suicide. Damn it, he's nothing but an ant who doesn't even have a golden leaf emblem. How can he have a piece of legendary equipment? Lightning Chaser went mad with jealousy as he looked at Sherfong in the magic mirror. Legendary weapons and equipment served as foundations for the greater god's domain's various powers. They were so rare and precious that even the Tier 6 experts of hegemonic powers wouldn't necessarily have one. So, how could an ant who couldn't even conquer the World Tower's 4th floor own one? Even though Lightning Chaser had already become an official successor of the Extreme Eagle Corporation, the corporation would only assign a legendary weapon or equipment to him after he had gotten promoted to Tier 5. He couldn't get his hands on one at Tier 4 even if he wanted to. After all, legendary weapons and equipment were extremely precious. Any one of them could be used to create a powerhouse capable of transcending tiers. Only after players had reached Tier 5 could they adequately protect the legendary weapon and equipment they owned. Apart from upper-ranking hegemonic powers, apex powers, and conglomerates, no other power would dare to put their legendary weapons and equipment in the hands of a Tier 4 player. While the spectating crowd was looking at Sherfong enviously, Desolate Era, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly gasped. "I remember now." Desolate Era exclaimed in realization. "I remember where I heard Black Flame's name from. Commander." Lightning Chaser looked at Desolate Fury in confusion, failing to understand what was going through the other party's mind. So what if Desolate Era had heard Black Flame's name before? Black Flame was now the #1 target Lightning Chaser had to deal with, not only because of Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao, but also because legendary items were incredibly important to the Extreme Eagle Corporation. If he could get his hands on an additional piece, he would have 2 legendary items in his possession once he got promoted to Tier 5. At that time, he would have a greater chance of becoming first in the corporation's line of succession. I was wondering why I had such a deep impression of Black Flame's name before, But now I know why, Desolate Era said, a flash of awe appearing in his eyes as he looked at Shifeng's figure. It's because I happened to watch a recording of Black Flame fighting, and that recording was shown to me by none other than the Empire's number 2 Paragon. He even showed great interest in Black Flame. Are you joking with me, Commander? That Paragon from the Paimon conglomerate is interested in him? Lightning Chaser was dumbfounded. The Paragon in question was a genius from the Paimon conglomerate who had shocked the entire Myriad Forest Empire. Not only did he triumph over the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers' young paragons, but he had also fought the Myriad Forest Empire's publicly acknowledged number 1 monster to a standstill. If it weren't for the battlefield's constantly shrinking size putting the Paimon conglomerate's paragon at a disadvantage, he wouldn't necessarily be in 2nd place right now. I'm not joking, Desolate Fury said, shaking his head. Then, with admiration, he continued, Brother Black Flame had outperformed the Paimon conglomerate's meteor in the video. Moreover, in the miniature ancient world that the Starlight Realm's various hegemonic powers and even conglomerates have chosen to invest in, Brother Black Flame is known as the Azura Sword Emperor and currently ranks 7th on the 7 Luminaries Alliance's God list. He is much stronger than even the Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 9. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, Astonishing Identity. Chapter 313, Astonishing Identity. TL Notes, made some changes to Chapter 306 and Chapter 311. Chapter 306, Original. If players partied up before the competition, they would be put into the same batches during the preliminaries. This allowed them to cover each other's backs and increase their chances of survival. Edited. If players partied up before the competition, they could cover each other's backs and increase their chances of survival if they got assigned to the same batch. I misinterpreted the Ross. Chapter 311, Original. It should be known that Ocean Breeze, the Knight of Thousand Winds, was not only a genius who ranked 50th in the Myriad Forest Kingdom's first-generation rankings, but due to his class, he was also the bane of all magical classes. Edited. It should be known that Ocean Breeze, the Knight of Thousand Winds, was not only a genius who ranked 50th among the Myriad Forest Kingdom's younger generation, but due to his class, he was also the bane of all magical classes. I suspect it is a typo. 7th on the God list, recognized by the 7 Luminaries Alliance as the Azura Sword Emperor, stronger than even Saint 9. The information Desolate Fury revealed caused Lightning Chaser's mind to doubt his worldview. Although Lightning Chaser understood every individual word said by Desolate Fury, these words pieced together made 0 sense to him. Setting the God list aside, just the fact that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was using a title to address a player meant that this player had already gained the Alliance's recognition. In other words, this player would be a titled expert recognized by the entire Greater Gods domain. But how could Black Flame, a person who didn't even have a golden leaf emblem, be a titled expert recognized by the 7 Luminaries Alliance? Moreover, he was stronger than even Saint 9. No matter how Lightning Chaser looked at it, this was simply a joke. It should be known that Saint 9 used to be one of the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. He had only withdrawn from the position after getting defeated by Saint 3. However, that didn't mean Saint 9 was no longer worthy of being one of the 10 great paragons. On the contrary, he could occupy a different position among the 10 great paragons whenever he wanted. Moreover, he would rank within the top 5. Azura Sword Emperor? So, he's that miniature ancient world's rumored Azura Sword Emperor? He's the 7th paragon in that miniature ancient world's god list? No wonder he can kill 4th floor experts like he is killing ants. I see. So that's why the 2 goddesses are showing him so much favor. If he's someone superior to Saint 9, even the young heiresses of the Starlight Realm's top 100 corporations will look at him favorably. When the others in the plaza heard Desolate Fury's exclamation, Some of the more well-informed geniuses of hegemonic powers quickly came to a realization. At the same time, the envy in their eyes disappeared when they looked at Shifeng in the magic mirror. Instead, replacing it was feelings of reverence. The greater god's domain was an incomparable harsh place. It was a world where might was right and where the strong preyed upon the weak. This was because only those who were strong in the greater god's domain could live a better and longer life in the greater world. Many corporations in the greater world even depended on the greater god's domain's powerhouses for their prosperity. Meanwhile, Shifeng evidently possessed the qualifications to join the ranks of the greater god's domain's powerhouses in the future. Let alone talented beauties, even young men would be tempted to make a move on him. Brother Black Flame is that powerful. When Midsummer, who had just concluded her first round, overheard the discussions of the surrounding players, she couldn't help but look at Shifeng's figure in the mirror with widened eyes. Although Shifeng had already shown astonishing strength when he fought against Uncaring Arrogance's team, his achievements mentioned by the spectating crowd were on a completely different level. The fact that Shifeng was stronger than Saint 9 meant that he was at least equal to Saint 3. With such strength, he could already compete for the position of the Ancient River Kingdom's first paragon. While the spectators in the plaza were having their impression of Shifeng refreshed, Shifeng gradually walked over to Wu Xiaoxiao and the titled assassin she fought. When the titled assassin saw this, he hurriedly distanced himself from Wu Xiaoxiao and eyed Shifeng warily. "Let's talk things out, Brother Black Flame. I am Unforgettable Leaf, and I am from the Myriad Forest Empire's Heavenly Boa Guild. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I don't have any intentions of being your enemy. I was only buying time and waiting until the round was over. I meant to do nothing more than that," Unforgettable Leaf hurriedly explained after taking his mask off. A player with a Tier 5 physique was not an opponent a Tier 4 titled expert could go up against. His current goal was only to get into the rookie competition's top 20 and advance to the Galaxy Conglomerate's official competition. If he couldn't get into the rookie competition's top 20, the challenges he'd have to face to get into the official competition would increase drastically. The Heavenly Boa Guild's Unforgettable Leaf. When Wu Xiaoxiao heard Unforgettable Leaf reporting his identity, she subconsciously stopped chanting her incantation, and a hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Any player who had lived in the Ancient River Kingdom for some time would have most likely heard of the Heavenly Boa Guild's name, where 6 hegemonic powers ruled the Ancient River Kingdom. 3 guilds managed the Myriad Forest Empire. Meanwhile, Heavenly Boa was one of these 3 guilds. The guild was not only funded by 2 of the Starlight Realm's top 100 corporations, but it also possessed a paragon that the entire Myriad Forest Empire could only see once every century. Thanks to these factors, Heavenly Boa was currently the closest existence to becoming an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the Myriad Forest Empire. As for Unforgettable Leaf, he was quite the famous individual in the Myriad Forest Empire. He ranked 32nd during the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses. Not only was he one of the reserve executives being nurtured by Heavenly Boa, but he had also taken on the position of Vice Commander of Heavenly Boa's 3rd Trump Card Legion already. One could see how much Heavenly Boa valued him through this arrangement. "So you know me, Miss Xiaoxiao." Unforgettable Leaf smiled when he saw that Wu Xiaoxiao recognized him. He had previously worried that Shifeng might not know him. However, things were fine now that Wu Xiaoxiao knew his identity. After all, no power in the Ancient River Kingdom dared to offend Heavenly Boa. Shifeng might be able to do as he pleased in the Ancient River Secret Land, but once he left the Secret Land, the Heavenly Boa Guild would have plenty of ways to kill him. However, even after hearing Unforgettable Leaf's introduction, Shifeng calmly asked, "Are you done yapping?" "Brother Black Flame, I am here with an important mission from the guild this time." Unforgettable Leaf's voice grew cold when he saw that Shifeng did not stop approaching him. "If we continue fighting, it wouldn't do either of us any good. So, You're saying you can kill us, but we can't kill you. Is that right? Sherfong chuckled. If Unforgettable Leaf truly intended to wait out the round, he could have simply hidden in the woods, and nobody would be able to find him. Yet he did not do so. Instead, he had attacked them without hesitation, all because he thought he could bully them. I already said this is a misunderstanding, Brother Black Flame. Unforgettable Leaf did not refute Sherfang's words. Instead, he lowered his voice even further as he said, "Why must you be so aggressive, Brother Black Flame? Do you think I can't beat you or escape safely from here?" The assassin class possessed the greatest survivability out in the fields. If an assassin's initial strike failed, they could simply run away and nobody could catch up to them. Although Unforgettable Leaf was confident he could escape from Sherfong, doing so would require him to use some of his trump cards. Hence, he had chosen to bear with Sherfong. If he really made use of his trump cards, the only thing Sherfong could do was watch him get away. "Try and see if you can escape from me, then," Sherfong said in response to Unforgettable Leaf's confidence. Immediately afterward, a ripple of mana spread from under his feet, instantly covering a radius of 500 yards. Then, the shadow of a miniature world descended upon the covered area, isolating it from the outside world. Even the magic mirror in the plaza could no longer capture what was happening inside the affected area. World creation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, True Swordsman. Chapter 314, True Swordsman World Creation. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw the miniature world shadow descending upon the forest. World creation was an ultimate technique that only an incredibly small number of Tier 5 magical class NPCs could perform. Meanwhile, any Tier 5 player capable of executing world creation would be invincible among players of the same tier. Although there were some peerless geniuses in the greater gods domain capable of using world creation at Tier 4, their world creation was incomplete. They could only exert a limited suppression on their opponents, using the power of the world they created. They couldn't prevent their opponents from using the mana in the affected area. In comparison, a player who could perform a complete world creation could not only influence their opponent's ability to use ambient mana, but could also suppress their opponent's life rating. This was why Tier 5 players who had mastered world creation were known to be invincible at Tier 5. Life rating was the foundation of all creatures in God's domain, and players were no exception. So long as a player's life rating was weakened, not only would they face a serious reduction in basic attributes, but even their physique would plummet. It was essentially an overall reduction in combat power. In a fight between two Tier 5 players, adding world creation to one side was enough to separate the two players into two different levels. Meanwhile, as soon as Sherfang's world creation took effect, Unforgettable Leaf's overall parameters instantly fell to the Tier 3 standard. At this time, Unforgettable Leaf most likely couldn't even beat an ordinary Tier 4 expert, let alone escape from the miniature world Sherfang created. World creation was more like a super large magic barrier than a normal mana domain. Meanwhile, the walls of a complete world creation were something even Tier 5 players would have to expend significant effort to break through. With his life rating reduced to the Tier 3 standard, there was no way Unforgettable Leaf could do anything against it. While Wu Xiaoxiao was looking at Sherfang's world creation in disbelief, the spectators in the plaza were also experiencing a moment of shock. What happened? Why did the magic mirror stop working? What happened over there? I remember that the magic mirror can only observe areas up to a certain distance. If the selected area is too far, the magic mirror cannot observe it. But we are all on this floating island in the ancient river secret land right now, so it shouldn't be possible for them to be outside the magic mirror's viewing range. No, there is another possibility. The magic mirror can only observe scenes in the same world. Since the magic mirror can't locate them, they should be in a different world from us. That shouldn't be possible, right? They're currently in the competition area, so how can they be teleported out of the competition area? Moreover, the magic mirror shouldn't show a blank image even if they get teleported out of the competition area. It should continue showing the battlefield. No, no, no. There's one other possibility that can block the magic mirror's viewing without leaving the competition area. Could it be? Do you mean world creation? The many players in the plaza started voicing all sorts of speculations when they saw the magic mirror suddenly failing to display the battle between Sher Fong and Unforgettable Leaf. Unforgettable Leaf was ranked 32nd among the myriad Forest Empire's younger generation geniuses. He might not be as strong as the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons, but nobody could stop him out in the fields if he focused on escaping. Meanwhile, should Unforgettable Leaf successfully get away, Sher Feng's group of 3 would have to be very concerned in subsequent rounds of the rookie competition. The assassin class's strong suit was not direct combat. Instead, the class shined in assassination techniques. Relying on these assassination techniques, an assassin could even kill players of a higher tier. After all, if a Tier 5 player received a vital hit from a Tier 4 player and got heavily injured, unless there was a massive difference in levels and basic attributes, it was entirely possible for the Tier 4 player to deal enough damage to kill the Tier 5 player before the latter could recover. Previously, Unforgettable Leaf had fought Wu Xiaoxiao head-on from beginning to end. He never showed the assassin class's true capabilities and simply thought of having Wu Xiaoxiao watch how Sher Feng got killed. Otherwise, with Wu Xiaoxiao's vastly inferior combat standards, Unforgettable Leaf could have long since killed Wu Xiaoxiao. Commander, do you think Black Flame has really mastered world creation? The female cleric from the Purple Melody Alliance asked Desolate Fury when she saw the magic mirror's black screen, her eyes full of yearning. World creation was a goal all magical class players in God's domain dreamed of achieving. Anyone who could master world creation would be highly valued by the various hegemonic powers. They would also be given an elder's seat immediately if they joined a hegemonic power, even if they were only at Tier 5. It should be a complete world creation, Desolate Fury said, a hint of envy in his eyes. Although the magic mirror isn't a powerful observation tool, it is made using magic that has been passed down from primordial times. An imperfect world creation isn't enough to stop it. So what if he knows world creation? Lightning Chaser suddenly smiled. Do you really think he can kill that Unforgettable Leaf with only this much? Have you too forgotten what Unforgettable Leaf's title is? Even the 6th Paragon had to expend quite a lot of effort to kill him during the Battle of Geniuses. If not for the dueling arena being overly small, Unforgettable Leaf might have even survived until the end of the round. Lightning Chaser admitted that he could no longer afford to clash against Sher Feng. Sher Feng having strength that surpassed Saint Nine meant the various hegemonic powers would definitely extend an olive branch to him. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would most likely try to recruit him. Although the extreme Eagle Corporation's influence and strength in the greater God's domain were above ordinary hegemonic powers, it was still significantly inferior to upper-ranking hegemonic powers. If Sher Feng were to join an upper-ranking hegemonic power, he would most likely be put in a high position. In that case, Lightning Chaser could no longer afford to offend Sher Feng. However, it was a different story for Unforgettable Leaf. Unforgettable Leaf was a future executive of the Heavenly Boa Guild. Meanwhile, Heavenly Boa was in existence with great prospects of becoming an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the future. So, Unforgettable Leaf did not have any reasons to fear Sher Feng. Meanwhile, now that Sher Feng had offended Unforgettable Leaf, with Unforgettable Leaf's vengeful personality, the assassin would definitely make it impossible for Sher Feng's group to advance to the preliminaries top 100 if Sher Feng failed to kill him here. Inside the combat zone, after Sher Feng's world creation took effect, Unforgettable Leaf gradually disappeared from Sher Feng's and Wu Xiaoxiao's vision and perception. A moment later, his presence in the miniature world disappeared completely. Black Flame, Do you really think I'll be afraid of you out in the fields? I'll let you know why the Seven Luminaries Alliance gave me the title of Undying Shadow. Unforgettable Leaf's voice came from all directions and constantly echoed throughout the woods surrounding Shifeng and Wu Xiaoxiao, making it impossible to track his whereabouts. Void walk and shadowless killing intent. Shifeng glanced at the swaying trees around him, sensing that Unforgettable Leaf's presence was everywhere in the surrounding woods. Yet, at the same time, the assassin was like a ghost that did not exist. Moreover, Shifeng could feel the killing intent that filled the air around him. It felt as if a dagger could pop out from anywhere to stab him at any time. If the average person were subjected to this situation, they would have to constantly keep their minds focused on their surroundings. Under such pressure, they would expend concentration rapidly, and they wouldn't be able to stay in battle for very long. Take Wu Xiaoxiao, for example. Even though she wasn't moving her body, her complexion had turned pale, an indicator that she was exhausting her concentration rapidly. That's right. I was originally saving this move for when I am competing for the top 10, since using it places a huge burden on my mind. But now I'll test it on you too. When Unforgettable Leaf looked at Shifeng, standing still from the void, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. World creation was indeed a powerful technique. However, it had little effect on experts who had mastered Void Walk. This was because Void Walk allowed its user to travel out of their original world and traverse in the void, making it impossible for the players in the original world to perceive the user's location. Players going against a Void Walk user couldn't even attack the latter. They could only wait for the Void Walk user to leave the void and attack them first. However, Unforgettable Leaf did not need to leave the void to attack Shifeng. He simply needed to launch mental attacks from absolute safety. Void Walk. When Wu Xiaoxiao heard Unforgettable Leaf's unabashed admission, her expression became even more gloomy. Void Walk was a technique comparable to world creation. Once mastered, a player could freely come and go from a battlefield. While Wu Xiaoxiao was falling into despair, Shifeng suddenly turned to look at a nearby treetop. Do you really think a measly void walk is enough to keep you safe from me? After saying so, Shifeng suddenly disappeared and reappeared before the treetop he had eyed previously. Then he unsheathed the winter of eternal night and brandished it against the treetop. Immediately, over a dozen sword lights formed and converged into a single point, the convergence of sword lights shattering space. Swords transmigration. Suddenly, space interlaced, and Unforgettable Leaf in the void had his heart pierced. Unforgettable Leaf wore a look of shock and confusion on his face. But as his HP bar had already depleted completely, he could do nothing but watch as his vision darkened and his body dispersed into countless particles of light. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Kingdom Treasure Chest. Chapter 315, Kingdom Treasure Chest. TL Notes. Fixed a mistake in chapters 297, 306, Annual Rookie Competition Dash, Monthly Rookie Competition. Unforgettable Leaf, a peerless genius of the Myriad Forest Empire's Heavenly Boa Guild. He was also a titled expert recognized by the Seven Luminaries Alliance from a young age. The Undying Shadow. Unforgettable Leaf's title was known throughout the entire Myriad Forest Empire. This was because during his battle against Impact Giant, the Empire's sixth paragon, during the Battle of Geniuses, Impact Giant had only managed to kill him after putting in a lot of effort and taking advantage of the arena's limited space. If not for the battlefield's restriction, Unforgettable Leaf could have simply used Void Walk, ending the fight in a stalemate. After the Battle of Geniuses, Unforgettable Leaf had even grasped the secret mental technique shadowless killing intent. With the help of this secret technique, he didn't even need to find opportunities to re-enter the world and strike at his opponent. He could simply rely on shadowless killing intent to exhaust his opponent's concentration. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Unforgettable Leaf was invincible in the fields. Yet now, Sure Fong had killed Unforgettable Leaf out in the fields. Moreover, he had executed his attack so quickly that Unforgettable Leaf had died in the void without being able to react in time. He killed him just like that. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw Unforgettable Leaf's body disappearing into the void. The void Unforgettable Leaf had dived into wasn't something that could be reached simply by shattering space. Instead, it was akin to an alternate world connected to the original world. Although the two worlds were connected, a world barrier separated them. The world barrier in question was much stronger than even the world barrier of the miniature world created using world creation. Even Tier 5 existences would have great difficulty breaking it, let alone landing an attack on Unforgettable Leaf after breaking the world barrier. The reason Void Walk was powerful wasn't just because it was difficult to break the world barrier with normal attacks. Instead, it was also because there existed a considerable distance between the Void Walk user and the world barrier, even if the world barrier looked like it was only centimeters away from the Void Walk user. Meanwhile, this distance would create enough time for the Void Walk user to dodge any oncoming attacks. So Wu Xiaoxiao found it inconceivable that Unforgettable Leaf had gotten killed without reacting to Shifeng's attack. When Shifeng saw the surprised look on Wu Xiaoxiao's face, he chuckled and explained, "He might have learned Void Walk, but his mastery is low. The most he can do is walk around in the void. He still cannot integrate into the void. So, any attack that can achieve spatial destruction will reach him without any buffer time. If he cannot react to the attack when it is executed in the outside world, he won't be able to dodge it even if he enters the void." Void Walk was indeed a profound technique capable of rivaling world creation. However, Void Walk was divided into multiple levels. Meanwhile, players would only need to reach an entry level in the technique to freely travel in and out of the void. This was something even Shifeng could do. True Void Walk experts could integrate their bodies with the void, making it impossible for players in the outside world to locate their presence in the void. Moreover, they could traverse the void as naturally as breathing. They could even selectively hide parts of their body in the void. Simply put, they could accomplish attacks far beyond the imagination of ordinary experts. They had no need to hide in the void and rely on mental attacks to defeat their opponents. He can only walk around in the void. Wu Xiaoxiao grew a little speechless when she heard Shifeng talking about Void Walk so nonchalantly. If world creation was the technique that all magical class players in God's domain dreamed of mastering, then Void Walk was the technique that all melee class players dreamed of learning. Not only could Void Walk be used to dodge the suppression of world creation, but it could also be used to diversify one's attacks. Meanwhile, just the ability to traverse the void was already enough to put many melee class experts in awe. Players could also use this ability to avoid defeat in most, if not all, scenarios. Yet, Shifeng spoke about Void Walk as if it were an insignificant technique. While Shifeng and Wu Xiaoxiao were talking, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered their ears. "System, congratulations! You have passed the first round of the Ancient River Secret Lands preliminaries, rewarding 1 Kingdom Treasure Chest. System, the Kingdom Treasure Chest will last for 10 days. It will become invalid if it expires or is brought out of the Ancient River Secret Land." Incredible! I can't believe they would give such an amazing reward on the preliminaries first round. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise when she looked at the crystalline treasure chest that had appeared before her. A Kingdom Treasure chest contained astonishing rewards. It could contain anywhere from dark gold immortal equipment to fragmented legendary items. It could even contain points for the God's Domain Alliance. Moreover, the awarded amount was extremely generous, ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 points. The God's Domain Alliance's points were incredibly precious. They were even more well-received than star coins. If people in the greater world wished to become mental strength grandmasters, gain higher status, and remain youthful for a longer time. The use of various potions was indispensable. Only these potions were very expensive. Take the life potion, a potion for improving physical fitness, for example. Under the condition that one had the necessary connections to buy it, one would still have to fork out 50,000 star coins per bottle. In addition to the life potion, there was also the soul potion, which was used for improving mental strength. Each soul potion cost 100,000 star coins. The average person in a city only earned around 500 to 1,000 star coins per month. They couldn't afford to buy one bottle of life potion even with an entire year's worth of salary. However, to achieve any of the goals as mentioned earlier, a person needed to consume at least one life potion and one soul potion per year. This meant a yearly expenditure of 150,000 star coins. There was no way the average person could afford such an expenditure. Even after going under the Green God Corporation's wing, Wu Xiaoxiao guaranteed this yearly minimum requirement. If she wanted to increase her development speed, she could only rely on herself to purchase more potions. However, earning such a significant sum of star coins was easier said than done. Meanwhile, the God's Domain Alliance's points were of equal value as star coins. In other words, if she had 50,000 points, she could exchange one bottle of life potion or other precious resources. Moreover, she could do so directly through the God's Domain Association. She wouldn't need to look for interested sellers or worry about getting fleeced. So the fact that she could potentially get 5,000 to 50,000 points in the preliminaries first round was simply amazing. Even if she was unlucky and only received 5,000 points, that would still be several years' worth of the average person's salary in the greater world's various cities. This kind of reward is normal. When Shifeng saw Wu Xiaoxiao's sparkling eyes, he smiled and explained, "Don't forget that our registration fee is 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal. All the collected fees go to the ancient river kingdoms, 6 ruling hegemonic powers. So giving out such rewards is nothing to them. Moreover, this is only the first round. There are still several rounds for the preliminaries, and the rewards will only get better from this point forward." The ancient river kingdom's monthly rookie competition was a day for the 6 ruling hegemonic powers to harvest 7 luminaries crystals. At the same time, it was also a day for Tier 4 experts to earn money. Many Tier 4 experts were aware that they couldn't enter the rookie competition's top 100 and enter the ancient river secret lands core. Even so, they were still willing to join the rookie competition because of these rewards. So long as they managed to survive one round in the preliminaries, they would have their yearly minimum requirements taken care of. They would have struck gold if they got lucky and survived the second or even third round. After saying so, Shifeng promptly opened the kingdom treasure chest before him. At the same time as Shifeng concluded his first round in the preliminaries, the plaza outside was in an uproar. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Ancient River Shocked. Chapter 316, Ancient River Shocked Shrine Number 5's Plaza. Silence descended upon the entire plaza when the top 10 players of Shifeng's batch were announced on the translucent display in the center of the plaza. This list can't be right. I don't see Unforgettable Leaf's name anywhere. Did Black Flame really kill him? How can this be? This isn't an arena. If Unforgettable Leaf focuses on running away, how can any Tier 4 player kill him? Not to mention, Unforgettable Leaf is highly valued by Heavenly Boa. He had come here this time to compete for the top 20. Who would dare to eliminate him so early into the competition? The various powers experts couldn't believe their eyes when they looked at the qualification list. With Unforgettable Leaf strength, he would have no problems getting into the rookie competition's top 20. With the help of Void Walk, not even the ancient river kingdom's 10 great paragons could kill him. Not to mention, Everyone in the ancient river kingdom knew that Unforgettable Leaf was participating in the rookie competition on the Heavenly Boa Guild's behalf. The current Heavenly Boa Guild was only one opportunity away from becoming an upper-ranking, hegemonic power. Meanwhile, the Galaxy Conglomerate's assembly could very well be this opportunity. If Heavenly Boa could get into the Galaxy Conglomerate's good graces, it had a very high chance of crossing the final threshold and becoming an upper-ranking hegemonic power. So, anybody who dared to hinder Unforgettable Leaf and the other geniuses from Heavenly Boa would essentially be making an enemy out of the entire guild. To think Unforgettable Leaf would get eliminated in the first round. Brother Black Flame has made a really huge mess. Desolate Fury was a little flabbergasted as he looked at Sherfong, who had just returned to the plaza. Desolate Fury wasn't surprised that Sherfong had defeated Unforgettable Leaf. After all, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had recognized Sherfang's strength and evaluated him to be stronger than even the Twin Saints Alliance's Saint Nine. On the other hand, Unforgettable Leaf only ranked 32nd in the Myriad Forest Empire's most recent battle of geniuses. What Desolate Fury did not expect was for Unforgettable Leaf to get killed. On the first round of the preliminaries, no less. If news of this reached Heavenly Boa, the guild's anger could definitely cause the entire ancient river kingdom to tremble. While Temple No. 5's plaza had fallen into silence, about a dozen players in Temple No. 2's plaza gathered together. Every one of these players had reached already, and they all wore the Heavenly Boa Guild's emblem. Even the weakest among them was a fourth-floor expert, and nearly half of them were titled experts. After these Heavenly Boa members grouped up, a female ranger approached them a moment later. The ranger had pink hair that reached down to her waist. She wore a red and black leather jacket of exquisite quality, the jacket highlighting her perfect proportions. When she walked across the plaza, many of the surrounding players couldn't help but turn their heads and look at her, captivated by her beauty. However, when these players used their identification skills on the female ranger and saw her name, a chill instantly spread across their bodies. Empress Blood Arrow LaRoja. LaRoja was one of Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons. 2 years ago, she was also one of the Myriad Forest Empire's 10 great geniuses. However, after winning 3rd place in last year's Battle of Geniuses, she stopped participating in the Empire's Battle of Geniuses. She was a legendary figure among the Myriad Forest Empire's younger generation. Many experts even speculated that if Empress Blood Arrow had participated in the most recent Battle of Geniuses, she might be able to compete with the 1st and 2nd place winners. It should be known that the Battle of Geniuses' 1st and 2nd place winners this time were both incredible individuals. The former was a paragon the Myriad Forest Empire would only see once every century, while the latter was a paragon nurtured by the Paimon conglomerate. Both of these individuals had the potential to become big shots, standing at the apex of God's domain in the future. After approaching the group of Heavenly Boa members, LaRoja scanned the group before asking with a dissatisfied expression, "What did you call me here all of a sudden?" "Lady LaRoja, we just received news that Unforgettable Leaf got eliminated in the first round," a male guardian knight said tentatively. "Eliminated? In the first round?" LaRoja was evidently surprised by this news. Is it one of the ancient river kingdom's paragons? Or did the paragons of other kingdoms make a move? Unforgettable Leaf was one of the geniuses receiving priority training from Heavenly Boa. He might not be exceptionally strong, but he had learned the Void Walk technique. With the help of this technique, only a handful of young experts from the ancient river kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms had the ability to kill him. No, according to the information we got, it was a man named Black Flame who killed Unforgettable Leaf, the Guardian Knight said, shaking his head. This news has already spread across the entire ancient river kingdom, and the various powers are all talking about it in private. Black Flame. When LaRoja heard the name of Black Flame, she asked in surprise, "Do you mean the person who came in 7th in that miniature ancient world's god list?" "That's right, it's him." The guardian knight nodded. Black Flame has severely disrupted our plans. He has also cast a layer of doubt on our influence in the ancient River Kingdom. So, the Grand Elders want us to rectify this problem and show the ancient River Kingdom's people that the Heavenly Boa Guild isn't some pushover. Those old bastards sure know how to order people around. LaRoja's dissatisfaction soared when she heard about the Grand Elder's command. He's only a kid who's slightly stronger than Saint Nine, yet they want me to make a move? Are those old bastards going senile? Although LaRoja's voice sounded soft and moving, the words she uttered caused the Heavenly Boa members present to shudder. You've misunderstood, Lady LaRoja. The Grand Elders don't intend to let you take action. It isn't necessary for you to take care of such a trivial matter, either, the Guardian Knight hurriedly said. The Grand Elders have asked Lord Markless Blade to handle this matter. Markless? LaRoja couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he is quite suitable for this task. Lord Markless Blade has always refused to see the Grand Elders or us, so the Grand Elders hope that you can talk to him. Lady LaRoja, the Guardian Knight said anxiously, if you are unwilling to speak, we can also go with you and explain the situation to him for you. The Heavenly Boa Guild's 7 great paragons all had different personalities. Among them, Markless Blade was the craziest. Besides LaRoja and a few others in the guild, Markless Blade refused to listen to anybody else. This situation gave the guild's Grand Elders a huge headache. However, the guild's Grand Elders couldn't do anything about it. Markless Blade was not only one of Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons, but also the newly appointed vice commander of the Star, Lake Legion's Madwoman Red Frost. So he had the qualifications to act so arrogantly. Okay, come with me, then. However, it is up to you whether you can persuade him to act. LaRoja had her interest piqued. Immediately, she spent some 7 luminaries' crystals and teleported to another temple's plaza with the other Heavenly Boa members. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317. Tier 5 Magic Equipment. Chapter 317. Tier 5 Magic Equipment. Over a dozen streaks of light descended upon Temple No. 8's plaza as LaRoja and the other Heavenly Boa members arrived. Many players had come to participate in the rookie competition this time, so there was a huge crowd outside every temple in the Ancient River Secret Land's outer perimeter, and Temple No. 8 was no exception. When LaRoja's group arrived via teleportation, the many players in the plaza couldn't help but turn to look at them out of curiosity. Crap! Why is Empress Blood Arrow here? Didn't the rumors say that she has stopped competing among the younger generation? Why would she? She looks no more than 25 to me. You talk as if she's very old. Do you not know? It is true that Empress Blood Arrow is still young, but Heavenly Boa has arranged for her to withdraw from the younger generation's competition so that it can better highlight its new, once-in-a-century paragon. If not for this arrangement, her name would most likely be among the Battle of Geniuses' top 3. Could Empress Blood Arrow be here to kill the guy who killed Unforgettable Leaf? I don't think so. We're not even in the same plaza as Black Flame. If Empress Blood Arrow really intends on going after Black Flame, she would have gone to Black Flame's plaza instead. That way, she would at least have a chance of getting paired into the same batch as Black Flame during the preliminaries. If she stays in our plaza, she can only meet Black Flame once the top 100 participants have been decided. Many of the various hegemonic powers experts present were surprised to see LaRoja appearing in their plaza. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder why she had come here. It should be known that LaRoja was a legendary individual among the Myriad Forest Empire's younger generation. There was no way she would appear in this place without any reason. Subsequently, LaRoja and her entourage could be seen approaching a sloppy man lying under the shade of a tree in the plaza. When the dozen or so Heavenly Boa members following Laroja saw this sloppy man, feelings of reverence and joy appeared on their faces. Who's that sloppy berserker? Why are Heavenly Boa's members treating him with such reverence? Maybe they got the wrong person? I saw that guy's performance just now, and he only got through the preliminaries first round because he got lucky and didn't come across anyone throughout the entire round. Otherwise, with the tattered equipment he is wearing, any player he came across could have easily eliminated him. The surrounding crowd grew puzzled when they saw Heavenly Boa's young experts behaving respectfully to the sloppy man. The sloppy man was not only old, looking like he was already nearing his mid-30s, but he also didn't exude the slightest bit of aura. He didn't have any decent weapons and equipment on him, either. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he was inferior to ordinary Tier 4 players, let alone Heavenly Boa's members. Logically, it should be impossible for the sloppy man to have any connection with Heavenly Boa's young geniuses. Wait, I've seen him before. I think he's Markless Blade, one of Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons. Markless Blade? You mean the expert who caused a huge uproar in the Myriad Forest Empire over a decade ago? No way. No matter how I look at him, he's just an ordinary person. How could he be the same person as the madman who defeated several of the Empire's top paragons back then? When the surrounding crowd looked at the sloppy and lazy-looking man sitting before Heavenly Boa's members, they found it hard to believe that this was the same person as the man who had defeated several of the Myriad Forest Empire's top paragons over a decade ago. Moreover, in addition to that achievement, the man known as Markless Blade used to offer guidance to the current Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 3. After Saint 3 rose to fame in the ancient River Kingdom, the two of them had even fought each other in a duel in the Myriad Forest Empire. Unfortunately, the duel wasn't broadcasted to the public, so outsiders only knew the duel had ended in a draw and nothing more. Originally, everyone thought Markless Blade would be a strong contender for the Myriad Forest Empire's top 3 geniuses back then. However, to many players' disappointment, Markless Blade never participated in the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses. Meanwhile, the current Markless Blade was like a completely different person compared to his past self. Not only did he have no vigor whatsoever, but even his life rating felt incredibly low. It was as if his soul had been severely damaged, and he was nowhere near as strong as before. Lord Markless Blade. When the young guardian knight from Heavenly Boa looked at the dull and sloppy man before him, he couldn't help but grow puzzled and worried. The current Markless Blade had no aura whatsoever, and even a youngster like him could see that Markless Blade's posture was full of holes. He found it very hard to believe that such a person had managed to fight the Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 3 to a standstill. Even you are here, Laroja? Markless Blade said as he glanced at Laroja and the young guardian knight who had walked up to him. It seems those grand elders have a job for me, huh? Lord Markless, someone has eliminated Unforgettable Leaf in the first round of the preliminaries, and this has severely affected the guild's plans. Moreover, many of the ancient River Kingdom's powers have started to doubt Heavenly Boa's strength because of this incident. This is going to negatively affect the guild's development plans in the kingdom, the young guardian knight said, nodding. So, the Grand Elders hope you can teach the offender a lesson. Someone eliminated Unforgettable Leaf in the first round. Markless Blade's eyes widened a little, a hint of surprise appearing in his turbid eyes. Is it the ancient River Kingdom's paragons? No, it shouldn't be them. They would have more or less spared him out of respect for Heavenly Boa. Indeed, it isn't them. Instead, the offender is a newcomer to the ancient River Kingdom, going by the name of Black Flame, the Guardian Knight explained. According to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's evaluation, Black Flame's strength is superior to Saint 9 and can possibly rival the current Saint 3. That's interesting. If that guy can rival Saint 3, he can indeed kill Unforgettable Leaf, Markless Blade said, laughing as he got up from the ground. When I taught Void Talk to that kid, I told him he couldn't rely on it too much since the technique isn't meant to be used defensively, but to diversify his attacks instead. It seems he didn't listen to my warning. Markless Blade's words greatly shocked the young Guardian Knight. The young Guardian Knight never thought that Markless Blade was responsible for teaching Unforgettable Leaf the Void Walk he now knew. It should be known that Unforgettable Leaf had relied on Void Walk to rise to prominence in the Myriad Forest Empire. Even the 6th Paragon Impact Giant had to expend much effort to kill Unforgettable Leaf because of this technique. However, the young Guardian Knight couldn't help but inwardly sigh in lamentation a moment later. After all, Markless Blade's former glory was all but gone now. The man even gave off a spiritless and weak feeling. How could he possibly fight against Black Flame in such a state? Meanwhile, Markless Blade smiled when he saw the change in the young Guardian Knight's expression. He could naturally tell what was going through the other party's mind. Suddenly, an overbearing aura erupted from Markless Blade's body, and a mana pillar rose around him, reaching 100 meters into the sky. Then, a powerful mental oppression spread from Markless Blade, causing the young Guardian Knight to stumble 2 steps back, his face pale. At the same time, Markless Blade's tattered chest plate began repairing itself rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, the tattered armor had transformed into a piece of divine armor that exuded endless power. The recovery of this armor also caused Markless Blade's life rating to increase substantially. This is Tier 5 magic equipment. The young Guardian Knight was astonished as he looked at the divine armor Markless Blade wore. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, Uproar in Star Lake. Chapter 318, Uproar in Star Lake Tier 5 magic equipment. Typically, it was a super special equipment that players could only manage after reaching Tier 5. This was because simply meeting the magic equipment's basic requirements wasn't enough to unleash all of its effects. On top of that, players also needed to fulfill special conditions if they wanted to unleash all of the magic equipment's strength. However, so long as a player could operate a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment normally, it'd be akin to wearing a full set of fragmented legendary equipment. If used by players under Tier 5, it could instantly raise their combat power by 1 whole tier. Only, using Tier 5 magic equipment placed a huge burden on the wearer's concentration. In addition, players also needed to be incredibly skilled at mana manipulation to activate the magic equipment's magic array. These harsh conditions made it so that even among Tier 5 players, few could actually use Tier 5 magic equipment. So, it was even less likely for players beneath Tier 5 to use Tier 5 magic equipment. Yet now, not only did the Tier 5 magic equipment that had been sitting in Heavenly Boa's treasury finally get to see the light of day again, but it was even being used by Markless Blade, a Tier 4 player. A legend. The young Guardian Knight felt that he had just seen the beginnings of a new legend. With Markless Blade's current strength, he could even try to compete for the top 3 positions of Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses, let alone defeat the Ancient River Kingdom's Saint 3. He also wouldn't have any trouble getting into the top 20 of the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this time. Moreover, this was after taking into account the paragons of other kingdoms and empires secretly participating in the competition. Meanwhile, after revealing his Tier 5 magic equipment, Markless Blade glanced at the young Guardian Knight and proudly said, "Go back and tell those Grand Elders that I will take care of Black Flame during the official competition. I will let everyone in the Ancient River Kingdom know the terror of the Heavenly Boa Guild." Markless Blade's words were very domineering, and his voice echoed throughout the entire plaza. Everyone in the plaza heard him loud and clear, and they couldn't help but be shocked by his proclamation. Crap, what's going on? Are we going to see a 1v1 at the Apex level? Tier 5 magic equipment. I can't believe someone can use Tier 5 magic equipment at Tier 4. Amazing. This is simply amazing. as expected of the Heavenly Boa Guild. I really didn't think Markless Blade would reappear with such strength after going silent for so many years. You youngsters might not know it, but although Markless Blade has grown a little old in age, he had shocked the entire Myriad Forest Empire during his youth. The number of paragons he had defeated in the Myriad Forest Empire is well over 10. If he hadn't attracted too much attention back then, causing Heavenly Boa to hide him, he could have easily entered the top 5 of the Empire's most recent battle of geniuses. Many youths in their early 20s were shocked by the terrifying aura Markless Blade revealed shocked, and they couldn't help but wonder about his background. Meanwhile, geniuses who belonged to the same generation as Markless Blade began proudly explaining Markless Blade's history to these young geniuses. Before even reaching 20 years of age, Markless Blade had already become famous throughout the Myriad Forest Empire. At 24, he had secured second place in the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses, shocking the entire empire. At 27, he had participated in the 100 Nations Paragon Battle. Unfortunately, he had offended the paragon of an upper-ranking hegemonic power at the time, so the Heavenly Boa Guild had no choice but to hide him and keep him out of the public's eyes. At 30, he joined Star Lake City's Star Lake Legion. Although he was nothing more than an ordinary participant when he joined, he had recently gotten promoted to Vice Commander by Star Lake City's infamous Madwoman Red Frost. Moreover, according to rumors, a significant part of why the Twin Saints Alliance's current Saint 3 had managed to gain his current achievements was because of Markless Blade's teachings. Now, after maintaining a low profile for so many years, Markless Blade had finally decided to stop hiding. Meanwhile, not only did he reveal himself to be capable of using a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment, but his epic mana body had also reached the legendary 120% completion rate. His achievements were already close to rivaling the Myriad Forest Empire's current first paragon. Star Lake City, God's Domain Association. Inside an advanced training room on the 500th floor, over 100 talented young men and women were frenziedly training in their attempt to improve their rankings in the City Legion selection. They all hoped they could get a sufficiently high ranking and join the Star Lake Legion as official participants directly. At this time, though, some of these young men and women suddenly stopped their training one after another as they gathered around a beautiful young woman to discuss something. "Qianhen, have you heard about the news from the Star Lake Legion?" A cute girl who currently ranked in the top 100 of the selection asked as she looked at Thousand Scars. The Legion's Vice Commander Markless Blade appears to have challenged the Black Flame from your miniature ancient world. It seems they will have a one-on-one duel during the official competition of the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. News about this fight has spread all over Star Lake City already. "I just heard about it as well," a beautiful girl said, nodding. Then she looked at Thousand Scars and continued, "Qianhen, I previously heard you mentioning that Black Flame is Zero Wing's guild leader. Is he strong?" Almost nobody living in Star Lake City knew about Black Flame. However, so long as one had lived in Star Lake City for some time, they would definitely know about Markless Blade. In the past, Markless Blade was merely an unassuming team leader in the Star Lake Legion. The strength he displayed was also average at best. Yet, as soon as that madwoman became the Star Lake Legion's new commander, she promoted Markless Blade into one of her vice commanders without hesitation. Meanwhile, Markless Blade did not disappoint Red Frost's appointment either, displaying astonishing combat standards as soon as he got promoted. He could easily rank within the top 5 out of the Star Lake Legion's dozen or so vice commanders. Many powerful corporations had even extended an olive branch to him as a result. At the same time, Markless Blade also became a target for many wealthy young ladies. He also became the prime real estate for the Star Lake Legion's female participants, many women wishing to marry him. Vice Commander Markless Blade is challenging Black Flame? Thousand Scars was dumbfounded by this news. Markless Blade was an individual standing at the top of Star Lake City's social hierarchy. Even though she had already become an internal member of the Paimon conglomerate before she developed her untapped potential, her status in the greater world would still be vastly inferior to Markless Blade. Not to mention, the Paimon conglomerate had tasked her to join the Star Lake Legion and carry out all of the Legion's activities normally. Meanwhile, she would be nothing more than an ordinary participant when she passed the selection and joined the Legion. As for Black Flame, he was nothing more than a slightly stronger, and in her eyes, although he had earned some fame in the miniature ancient world and even became a titled expert, he should still be vastly inferior to a paragon of the greater god's domain like Markless Blade. No matter how Thousand Scars looked at it, it should be impossible for Black Flame and Markless Blade to have anything to do with each other. Yet now she was being told that Markless Blade was challenging Black Flame. These people must be joking with her. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, Ancient River's Top 100. Chapter 319, Ancient River's Top 100 Impossible. Thousand Scars instinctively denied the words of the people around her. You must be mistaken. Black Flame should still be in the miniature ancient world. How could he appear in the greater god's domain's ancient river kingdom? Her homeworld's passage had yet to fully open, so her homeworld and the miniature ancient world remained isolated from the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, before the world passage opened, nobody in the miniature ancient world could leave it. Moreover, it should be known that Black Flame had only appeared in the top of Two Worlds' new God Mode regional dungeon a few days ago and fought against the Paimon conglomerate's meteor. It was because of this fight that he had managed to remain within the top 10 of the miniature ancient world's God-ranked expert list and gain some fame among the greater gods' domain's various hegemonic powers. It had only been a few days since then, yet she was supposed to believe that Black Flame had not only traveled to the greater god's domain somehow, but he had even entered the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition and received a challenge from the Markless Blade? Even fantasies wouldn't sound so far-fetched. It shouldn't be a mistake, the cute girl said, shaking her head. The Seven Luminaries Alliance is currently broadcasting the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. The broadcast of Black Flame's battles has also received the Alliance's confirmation, and over 100,000 people have already paid to watch the broadcast. Everyone is paying close attention to see whether Black Flame can pass the preliminaries 4 rounds and get promoted into the official competition to fight against Vice Commander Markless. Although she did not know how strong Black Flame was exactly, Markless Blade was a big shot in Star Lake City. He was also the target of worship for many young men and women in the city. It was especially so for those seeking to join the Star Lake Legion. Markless Blade was obsessed with training. Apart from participating in resource battles between cities, he would rarely show himself in public. Even his participation in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition had gone unknown initially. If Markless Blade hadn't taken the initiative to publicly announce his challenge to Black Flame, nobody would have thought that Markless Blade was actually taking part in the rookie competition. Hence, the people seeking to join the Star Lake Legion curiously wondered whether Black Flame was strong or not. If Black Flame was sufficiently strong, they'd be able to observe Markless Blade's strength during the official competition. They could also get to know more about him. That way, they'd have a better chance at joining Markless Blade's battle group after they joined the Star Lake Legion. The Star Lake Legion would recruit 1,000 people through its selection every year. After factoring in some special recruits, a little over 1,000 people would join the Legion each year. After having existed for so many years, the Star Lake Legion possessed a very large number of official participants. Meanwhile, to manage all these participants effectively, the Legion had split its official participants into teams and battle groups. Firstly, players would be split into 3 teams according to their tiers. 1 team would be for Tier 4, 1 for Tier 5, and 1 for Tier 6. Then, each team would be split into multiple battle groups, and these battle groups would be further divided into ordinary battle groups and ace battle groups. Normally, ordinary battle groups would be led by team leader-level participants, while the Legion's vice commanders would lead the ace battle groups. Among these two types of battle groups, members of ace battle groups would get to enjoy special privileges in the Legion. Their chances of promotion in the Legion were also much higher than members of ordinary battle groups. There are over 100,000 spectators already, a short-haired beauty exclaimed. I recall the 7 Luminaries Alliance charges an exorbitant viewing fee. The price to spectate individuals starts at 10 star coins and increases depending on their popularity, and the person being spectated can get 10% of the earnings. If there are 100,000 spectators already, the number of spectators might increase to over 1 million by the time Black Flame makes it into the official competition. In addition to being one of the most ancient powers in the Greater Gods domain, the 7 Luminaries Alliance was also an information broker for all sorts of information. It had branches in the Greater Gods domain's various cities. So long as players paid the Alliance a fee, they could spectate the competitions organized by the Greater Gods domain's various kingdoms and empires. Meanwhile, the players being spectated would receive 10% of the generated profits. Depending on the popularity of the player being spectated, the viewing fee the 7 Luminaries Alliance charged would also differ. For someone as famous as Markless Blade, it wouldn't even be strange for the Alliance to charge double their minimum. Because of this service, many top-tier experts who were famous in the Greater Gods domain didn't even need to join any corporation or power. By simply participating in battles and competitions taking place in the various kingdoms and empires, they could generate enough income to cause even corporations to grow envious. Currently, even though news of Markless Blade's challenge had just spread, over 100,000 people had already bought the viewing rights to watch the upcoming duel. It should be known that this was before Black Flame had even gotten promoted into the official competition. Once Black Flame successfully entered the official competition, the number of spectators could easily exceed 1 million. In that case, Black Flame could earn a minimum of 1 million star coins. For ordinary participants in the Star Lake Legion, it would take them at least 2 or 3 years to earn 1 million star coins. Yet, Black Flame could earn this sum in only one competition. 1 million star coins a competition. Thousand Scars couldn't help but grow a little envious when she heard the short-haired girl's words. She might receive a lot of resources as an internal member of the Paimon conglomerate, but competition between the conglomerate's internal members was incredibly fierce. She'd have difficulty competing with her peers if she relied solely on those provided resources. If she wanted to stay competitive, she would need to acquire additional resources. However, if she wanted additional resources, she would have to acquire them herself. She was still in her newcomer period in the greater world, so she could use this advanced training room, which helped her improve her physical fitness and combat reactions rapidly for free. However, once her 1-month newcomer period ended, she would have to pay star coins to use this training room. Not to mention, the advanced training room wasn't even the best training room available in the Gods Domain Association. It was only the best training room that she could use for free during her newcomer period. Above advanced training rooms, there were special training rooms, which cost 10,000 star coins per day. There were also meditation rooms that could help improve mental strength, and those similarly cost 10,000 star coins per day to rent. These were places that many of the Paimon conglomerate's top-tier internal geniuses frequented. Some of these geniuses had even built an exclusive meditation room in their homes to have a greater chance of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster and getting promoted into an executive in the Paimon conglomerate. Although the Flower of 7 Sins had invested heavily into her, the organization could only earn a very limited amount of star coins before their homeworld's world passage fully opened. Moreover, the Flower of 7 Sins couldn't afford to invest all of its star coins into her, since it still needed to develop its other geniuses. As a result, the amount of star coins she received was nowhere near enough to put her on par with the Paimon conglomerate's top-tier internal geniuses. Although the young masters of many companies and corporations in Star Lake City had sent her gifts, 1,000,000 star coins. This sum was far more than what she had earned throughout her time in Star Lake City. Black Flame simply got lucky, Chien-Hen, the cute girl said when she noticed the envious look on Thousand Scars. Then she smiled and continued, "This will be the only time he can earn such a large sum. Another opportunity like this won't come again for him in the future. Once Vice Commander Markless defeats him, nobody will pay attention to him anymore. Moreover, with your talent and beauty, you can easily get the various corporations' young masters to line up before you. Any one of those people is easily 100 times richer than Black Flame." Thousand Scars nodded to the cute girl and stopped paying attention to Black Flame's matter. Instead, she walked into the reaction training room and started another training session. There were countless geniuses and powerhouses in the greater God's domain. There were also many geniuses and powerhouses who would appear and vanish like shooting stars. Black Flame might have attracted Markless Blade's interest, but his fame would be short-lived. It was simply impossible for a wild expert with no background like Black Flame to make any waves in the ancient River Kingdom and Myriad Forest Empire, places where countless geniuses resided. Only the geniuses and paragons nurtured by the various hegemonic powers could survive long enough to spread their fame across the entire Greater God's domain. While Star Lake City was in an uproar over Markless Blade's challenge, Shifeng's group of 3 was conquering the rookie competition's preliminaries one round after another in the ancient river's secret land. Early morning the next day, the brutal preliminaries involving the participation of over 1,000,000 geniuses finally ended. Unsurprisingly, Shifeng, Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao passed all 4 rounds of their preliminaries and were successfully promoted into the official competition. As soon as the official competition's 100 participants were decided, they were forcibly teleported to the ancient river Secret Land's central zone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Kingdom's Apex. Chapter 320, Kingdom's Apex, Ancient River Kingdom, Ancient River Secret Land's central zone. Located at the center of the island was a tall mountain. The top of this mountain was completely shrouded in fog, the fog preventing anyone from seeing what was going on at the mountaintop. There were also tens of thousands of magic arrays flickering in and out of existence on the outer perimeter of this fog. These were not ordinary magic arrays, but rather ancient magic arrays composed of divine runes. Even if 1,000,000 years passed, these magic arrays would remain unchanged without external intervention. At this time, 100 streaks of light converged toward the top of the mountain, disappearing into the fog in the blink of an eye. When these streaks of light landed on the mountaintop, they transformed into the silhouettes of the rookie competition's top 100 participants. Compared to past instances of the ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition, many of the top 100 participants this time were new faces. When they arrived at the mountaintop, they looked at their surroundings curiously, and they couldn't help but be shocked by what they saw. The ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition isn't all that worse compared to the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses. Not only did the preliminaries give a bunch of star coins and immortal equipment, but there is even such an amazing place in this secret land's central zone. These techniques stele are so ancient and incredible. Are these the rumored ancient stele? The ancient River Kingdom had a long history, and it was one of the few ancient kingdoms in the Starlight Realm. Yet, the ancient River Secret Land predated the ancient River Kingdom, existing long before the kingdom did. It was also shrouded in a layer of mystery, and nobody could uncover its secrets even to this day. However, no matter what secrets the ancient River Secret Land held, they were bound to be extraordinary. This point could be seen through the fact that the ancient River Kingdom was named after the ancient River Secret Land. Although everyone participating in the ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition had known beforehand that the ancient River Secret Land was an extraordinary location, they didn't think it would be to such an extent. For those entering the ancient River Secret Land's central zone for the first time, apart from those originating from the ancient river kingdoms and myriad forest empires' hegemonic powers. Everyone else was greatly shocked when they saw the ancient stone tablets covering their surroundings. It was especially so when they saw the divine runes and images engraved on these stone tablets. Ancient stelae. These were stelae passed down from ancient times, and they recorded the combat techniques and mana techniques of gods. All of these recorded techniques were extraordinary, and many of the techniques currently in circulation were simplified versions developed based on these ancient techniques. The reason these techniques were simplified was that the mana techniques and combat techniques developed by gods were far too complex for most people to learn. Even among Tier 5 NPCs with remarkable intelligence, very few could learn these techniques. Moreover, the complexity of these techniques was not exaggerated in the slightest. Even the most inferior techniques recorded on these ancient stelae were at the level of god-ranked mana techniques and advanced silver combat techniques, while the majority were saint-ranked mana techniques and combat techniques, rivaling gold combat techniques. Any player who could successfully learn a gold combat technique would be in existence, standing at the apex of God's domain. Even the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and apex powers would be willing to extend an olive branch to such individuals. Only, in the expansive greater God's domain, experts capable of learning gold combat techniques were incredibly few. Their rarity could basically match that of divine artifacts. Of course, while gold combat techniques were incredibly difficult to learn, a bigger reason there were incredibly few experts who had managed to learn gold combat techniques was that not many powers owned a gold combat technique. Apart from apex powers and a minority of upper-ranking hegemonic powers, other powers did not have any way of letting their members learn gold combat techniques. So, upon seeing the ancient stelae that covered the mountaintop, many of the first-time visitors here couldn't help but grow excited. It was especially so for the various independent experts. This was a learning environment that even the greater God's domain's apex powers would have difficulty providing, let alone the various hegemonic powers. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Do they honestly think they can learn the techniques on these stelae so easily and without restrictions? Only independent players like them will be so naive. If the techniques here were so easy to acquire, the powers based in the neighboring kingdoms and empires would have long since taken action. There's no way they'd let the ancient river kingdoms' powers monopolize everything. Many of the experts originating from hegemonic powers looked at the excited independent experts around them in contempt. The fact that the ancient secret land's central zone housed a large number of ancient stelae was no secret to the surrounding kingdoms and empires' hegemonic powers. Or, more specifically, this was common knowledge among all hegemonic powers in the greater God's domain. Saint-ranked mana techniques and gold combat techniques were highly sought after in the greater God's domain, valued above even legendary weapons. If there existed a place with many pseudo-gold combat techniques and saint mana techniques available for players to learn, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and apex powers would have fought to occupy it without hesitation. There was no way the ancient river kingdoms, 6 ruling hegemonic powers, could retain control over the ancient river secret land. While the various independent players were in awe over the ancient stelae, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had their attention focused on something else. Rather than look at the ancient stelae, they looked at the various parties protected by magic barriers around them with ugly complexions. Why are there so many experts from other kingdoms and empires in the rookie competition this time? Wu Xiaoxiao's expression grew solemn as she looked at the several parties around her. Although she knew that the ancient river kingdom's rookie competition was a gathering of experts, most of the participating experts typically originated from the kingdom. Yet, the 3 parties around them were all made up of experts originating from hegemonic powers of other kingdoms and empires. None of them were players from the ancient river kingdom. Moreover, every one of these players possessed great fame, so much so that even she, someone who had only arrived in the ancient river kingdom recently, knew about them. The Red Star Kingdom's glorious mantra, the Iron Lion Kingdom's martial quad beast, the Myriad Forest Empire's silent saintess. Midsummer felt her mind exploding when she saw the leaders of the three surrounding parties. Are we really taking part in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition? Glorious Mantra was a young male cursemancer, martial quad beast was a muscular male summoner, and Silent Saintess was a masked young woman. These three people were all titled experts, recognized by the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Every one of them possessed fame rivaling the current Saint Three. It was just that these people were no longer part of the younger generation. Instead, they were older generation paragons who had retired from the younger generation 3 or 4 years ago. It was normally impossible to see all these veteran paragons gather in the same place. Yet, this impossible situation had happened right before her very eyes. At this time, Midsummer wasn't the only one surprised by this situation. Even the players who had paid star coins to spectate the broadcast of Shurfeng's battle were dumbfounded. How was this supposed to be the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition? This participant lineup could already compete with the annual 100 Nations Paragon Battles participant lineup, while Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were scrutinizing the players around them. These players had similarly focused their attention on Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao's party of three. Only their eyes weren't focused on Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. Instead, they were focused on Shurfeng. Before Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao could snap out of their daze, a system notification entered their ears, signaling the start of the competition. Immediately afterward, the barriers protecting the various parties disintegrated simultaneously, and a suffocating silence descended on the mountaintop. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321 6 Great Divine Sets. Chapter 321 6 Great Divine Sets Regional System Announcement. The Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition has officially begun. All participants are encouraged to collect as many heroic spirit remnants as possible. The first 10 participants to collect 100 heroic spirit remnants will be able to enter the Ancient River's heart. The top 20 participants will receive the qualifications to participate in the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition. Regional System Announcement. Participants will be resurrected in their respective temple plazas in the event of death in the Ancient River's secret land. Participants who died will not lose any experience points, but will drop half of their collected heroic spirit remnants. Regional System Announcement. If there are fewer than 10 contestants who have collected 100 heroic spirit remnants after 3 natural days, the top 10 participants will be forcibly teleported to the Ancient River's heart, and the top 20 participants will be automatically awarded the qualifications to participate in the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition. The Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition? Realization dawned on Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao when they saw the system announcements. At the same time, they experienced unprecedented pressure. Some corporations and conglomerates would occasionally host invitational competitions in God's domain to recruit geniuses and powerhouses or to help them with some matters. Meanwhile, an invitational competition hosted by the Galaxy Conglomerate was one that any player operating in the Starlight Realm would find too tempting to refuse. So the fact that the rookie competition's top 20 rewards included the qualifications to participate in the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition would undoubtedly increase the competitiveness of the top 100 participants, thereby increasing the difficulty of getting into the rookie competition's top 20. Not to mention, their goal was to get into the top 10. To make matters worse, their party starting location was right next to 3 Paragon-led parties. This was horrendous luck. Currently, Shurfeng's name had already spread across the entire Ancient River secret land because of his victory against Unforgettable Leaf. Everyone also knew Markless Blade was looking to challenge Shurfeng to a duel. These were more than enough to prove Shifeng's strength. So, if other parties were to come across their party of 3 in the official phase of the rookie competition, they would definitely prioritize killing Shifeng, reducing the competition they needed to face in trying to get into the top 20. After all, not only was Shifeng a powerful expert, but he was also an expert without any background in the greater god's domain. They could kill him without worrying about any potential repercussions. However, despite receiving the scrutiny of the 3 surrounding parties, Shifeng behaved as if he did not notice their gazes, a smile forming on his face as he looked at the system announcements. This is interesting. The Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition was a major opportunity in the Starlight Realm. If he remembered correctly, the Galaxy Conglomerate was inviting so many Tier 4 experts because Eternity, one of the 6 great divine sets of legends, had appeared in the greater god's domain. A divine set referred to a divine artifact ranked set equipment in God's domain. Naturally, a divine set's value was much greater than individual divine artifacts. Meanwhile, among the divine sets that existed in the greater God's domain were the 6 great divine sets. Every one of these 6 sets came with countless legends. According to rumors, should a player manage to gather a complete set, they would become invincible in the greater God's domain. To Shifeng, though, this wasn't a rumor since he had personally seen a divine set in action. Of course, the divine set he saw back then wasn't one of the 6 great divine sets, but a normal divine set instead. It was also the only divine set owned by the Apex Power Demon's Gate. Even though it was only a normal divine set, it was enough to deter other Apex powers from casually provoking Demon's Gate. This divine set was also the main reason Shifeng had a headache dealing with Demon's Gate. Anyway, the Galaxy Conglomerate had happened across a clue leading to the Eternity set, one of the 6 great divine sets, during his previous life. Back then, the Conglomerate had invited many Tier 4 paragons from all over the Starlight Realm. It had even gone as far as to invite the Tier 4 monsters of other realms to ensure the success of its operation. However, for some reason outside of Shifeng's knowledge, the Galaxy Conglomerate's operation failed. Moreover, it was a catastrophic failure that resulted in severe losses for all participants. Out of the various consequences the participants suffered, the loss of their accounts was the mildest of penalties. Some participants even suffered severe damage to their minds, resulting in their mental strength plummeting. These participants had also never managed to recover fully, resulting in their permanent separation from God's domain's apex. This incident had shaken the entire greater God's domain, and everybody knew about it back then. Shifeng never thought that he would actually make it in time for this event in this life. During his previous life, he had only heard about the event from others. Moreover, he had only heard about it after the Galaxy Conglomerate's operation had failed spectacularly. As for the Eternity set itself, the original owner of the set had used it to heavily damage the ancient abyssal god. It was something Shifeng didn't even dare to dream of owning during his previous life. So, he never thought he would get such an opportunity in this life. However, Shifeng quickly calmed his agitated heart and turned his gaze to the peak of the mountain, which was also the location of the ancient river's heart. He could feel one of the 7 luminaries' codexes fragments there. Although he didn't know which fragment resided there, it didn't matter. So long as he could get his hands on one and recover a portion of the 7 luminaries' codex's power, he would have enough power to stand at the apex of the greater god's domain. The codex could even offer him significant help in acquiring the Eternity set. Brother Black Flame, I get the feeling that these 3 parties hold significant hostility toward us. Moreover, it feels like they are looking to attack us together. Should we retreat for now? Midsummer whispered to Shifeng. While it was logical for participants in the official competition to prioritize killing the strongest competitors, the 3 parties around them behaved as if they had discussed targeting their party of 3 beforehand. As soon as the magic barriers had disappeared, the 3 parties swiftly moved to block 3 of the safest paths leading out of the starting point. Although there were several other paths that could be taken, these paths had at least 10 level 140, Tier 4 heroic spirits patrolling them, so they were essentially impassable. If these 3 parties hadn't discussed working together beforehand, there was no way they could have moved so neatly and perfectly. Your hunch isn't wrong. They are indeed planning to target us together, Sherfong said as he looked at the 3 parties with a faint smile. Or, more specifically, they're trying to keep us from leaving. Keep us from leaving? Midsummer couldn't help but look at the 3 parties in surprise and confusion. What exactly did their party do to warrant 3 Paragon-led parties of other nations to target them together? Not even the myriad forest empires' first Paragon would receive such a treatment. While Midsummer was feeling confused over this situation, Marshal Quad Beast looked at Sherfeng's party and said, "By the request of Heavenly Boa's Markless Blade, I will have to ask you 3 to wait here for some time. This Markless Blade fellow must hold a lot of influence if he can get your 3 parties to sell him a favor," Sherfong exclaimed, feeling a little surprised as he looked at the leaders of the 3 parties. The Red Star Kingdom's glorious mantra, the Iron Lion Kingdom's Marshal Quad Beast, the Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Saintess. These were all famous individuals in the surrounding kingdoms and empires, even when the guild leaders of hegemonic powers tried to hire them as helpers. These 3 turned down the offers they received without hesitation. Yet, now, they had agreed to take on Markless Blade's commission. This was truly surprising. Young man, you have only arrived in the Greater God's domain recently, so there are still many things you do not understand, Marshal Quad Beast, the oldest out of the 3 parties' leaders, said. You might be confident in your strength, but you have offended someone you should not offend. So, you will have to pay the price now. What if I insist on leaving? Sherfong asked as he calmly looked at Marshal Quad Beast. However, as soon as Sherfong finished speaking, a sloppy-looking man with an astonishingly powerful aura suddenly jumped down from a nearby cliff and landed directly in front of Sherfeng's party of 3. I'm afraid that's not up to you to decide. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Sacred Armament. Chapter 322, Sacred Armament. As soon as the sloppy man jumped down from the cliff, everyone present couldn't help but turn to look at him. The sloppy man in question looked like he was in his mid-30s. He wore a dark gray chest plate that had magic runes engraved on it. His long hair was left scattered, making him look like a savage. Yet, despite his messy appearance, nobody present could ignore him because of his domineering words and, more importantly, aura that rivaled that of Tier 5 legendary monsters. Meanwhile, this sloppy man was none other than Markless Blade, one of the Heavenly Boa Guild's 7 great paragons. How did he arrive so quickly? Midsummer and Wuxiaxio grew shocked and worried when they saw Markless Blade. The ancient river Secret Land's central zone might only be limited to the peak of the central mountain, but the zone was by no means small. It could easily allow 1,000 players to roam freely without meeting one another. Normally, 100 players split into several dozen parties would have a very low chance of coming across one another in such a vast area. Yet, even though only a few dozen seconds had passed since the official competition began, Markless Blade had already reached them. While it was obvious he had learned of their party of 3's starting location through his connections, the fact that he managed to reach them from his starting location so quickly was simply astonishing. Now, because of this situation, their party would have to fight against Markless Blade before they could even kill any Tier 4 heroic spirits. If they ended up getting killed by Markless Blade, they would have to say goodbye to getting into the top 20, let alone getting into the top 10 and entering the ancient river's heart. I can't believe Markless Blade managed to improve so much in the time we haven't met. A Tier 5 magic equipment truly is incredible. The Red Star Kingdom's glorious mantra said, a hint of dread appearing in his eyes after he scrutinized Markless Blade. I doubt my odds of winning against him reaches even 20% now. Rumors say that the Azura Sword Emperor is stronger than even Saint 9 and rivals the current Saint 3. I wonder how much strength he can get Markless Blade to use? The Iron Lion Kingdom's martial quad beast wondered, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. It'd be great if he can get Markless Blade to use all of his strength. Although I feel a little sorry for the Azura Sword Emperor, for the sake of ranking in the top 20 and having a better chance against Markless Blade in the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition afterward. I can only have him test Markless Blade's current standards, the Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Sainta said, her lips curling into a faint smile. At the same time, her eyes scrutinized Markless Blade's every move, eager to see how strong the berserker had become already. Meanwhile, this sudden development had also caused the number of players spectating Shi Feng's broadcast to skyrocket, going from 300,000 to 600,000 in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number of spectators was still rapidly increasing as time passed, showing no signs of slowing down. Crap, what's going on? The official competition's first clash is going to be an apex battle? Markless Blade is incredible. He actually got Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintus to help him. With this, even getting into the top 5 won't be a problem for him. The players watching Shi Feng's broadcast grew ecstatic at the sudden development. It was especially so for the players currently in the top 1,000 of the Star Lake Legion selection. They didn't think Markless Blade's influence would be so great that he could get 3 paragons to help him. Thus far, none of the Myriad Forest Empire's paragons have shown such influence. While everyone had their attention focused on Markless Blade, Markless Blade's gaze stayed on Shi Feng from start to end, never deviating in the slightest. Azura, Sword Emperor Black Flame? It seems I have underestimated you before, Markless Blade said, a flash of admiration appearing in his eyes after he was done scrutinizing Shi Feng. He could tell that Shi Feng's basic attributes were not at all inferior to his current basic attributes. No wonder you managed to defeat Unforgettable Leaf so easily. Both your physique and mana are at the Tier 5 standard. You can already be considered a pseudo-Tier 5 with such strength, and getting into the top 10 shouldn't be out of the question. You indeed have some qualifications to be arrogant. Qualifications to be arrogant. Shi Feng chuckled when he heard Markless Blade's evaluation of him. I'm afraid I am still no match for you in this regard. Few people can put on a Tier 5 magic equipment even at Tier 5, yet you've already fused with one. Aside from the lack of Tier 5 skills, you are already no different from a Tier 5 player. Moreover, I doubt that a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment is all that Heavenly Boa has given you, right? There were countless geniuses in the greater God's domain, but geniuses who could grow to great heights were monopolized by the various hegemonic powers. As for independent experts, their chances of achieving true greatness in God's domain did not reach 1%. As for why that was the case, it was because of the difference in weapons and equipment. Independent experts needed to rely on themselves to get weapons and equipment. However, experts belonging to the various hegemonic powers could rely on weapons and equipment accumulated by their predecessors. They could easily get their hands on fragmented legendary and legendary items without having to invest much time and effort or rely on luck. Because of this, the gap between the various hegemonic powers experts and independent experts would only grow bigger and bigger as time passed. Or, more specifically, how are independent experts supposed to even catch up to the various hegemonic powers experts if they couldn't even get weapons and equipment of passing quality? You are correct. This piece of Tier 5 magic equipment isn't my only trump card. Markless Blade said, a long saber appearing in his hand before anyone realized it. The saber in Markless Blade's hand was as long as he was tall. The blade of the weapon was made of unknown crimson metal. As soon as Markless Blade equipped it, the intensity of his aura increased significantly, and it felt as if he had become a completely different person. At this moment, every one of his movements could cause the space around him to tremble and destabilize. That is the God Annihilator, the Myriad Forest Empire's 53rd sacred armament. Are you kidding me? Heavenly Boa actually gave him the God Annihilator. It seems competing with him is going to be impossible. Glorious mantras, martial quad beasts, and silent Sanus's eyes widened when they saw the long saber in Markless Blade's hand. All kingdoms and empires in the greater god's domain had their own sacred armament list. These lists were used to record the strongest weapons within their respective borders. Meanwhile, the God Annihilator was a terrifying saber recorded in the Myriad Forest Empire's sacred armament list. It should be known that the various kingdoms and empires in the greater god's domain possessed many fragmented legendary weapons and legendary weapons. These were all accumulated over many years. So, for a fragmented legendary weapon to be capable of ranking 53rd in the Myriad Forest Empire's sacred armament list, it was bound to have some aspects that allowed it to surpass legendary weapons. Meanwhile, the God Annihilator was indeed superior to legendary weapons in certain aspects. Even though it was only a fragmented legendary weapon, it could exhibit power rivaling legendary weapons. One slash from it was enough to reap the life out of a player's soul. More importantly, the God Annihilator had a passive skill that prevented players from blocking its attacks with a shield. This made it an excellent weapon to harvest players. With the combination of Tier 5 magic equipment and the Myriad Forest Empire's 53rd sacred armament, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Markless Blade was invincible among Tier 4 players. Unforgettable Leaf had previously used the Void Walk I taught him against you. I wonder if you can defend against my Void Walk? After saying so, Markless Blade vanished from where he stood. Immediately afterward, an imperceptibly thin tear in space rapidly extended from his original location to Sherfong. Although the spatial tear was incredibly thin, it had an incredible height that extended from the ground all the way into the sky, and it shattered everything in its path. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3:23 Sword and Saber. Chapter 3:23 Sword and Saber. When the world-dividing spatial tear rapidly extended toward Sherfong, whether it was the three other parties nearby or the spectating players outside, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The space within the ancient river's secret land was incredibly stable. It was especially so for the central zone space. The space was so stable here that Tier 3 players would find themselves immobilized completely. Because of the space's stability, destructive attacks that could normally create spatial tears measuring several hundred meters in length couldn't even create a spatial tear over a dozen meters in the ancient river's secret land central zone. Yet now, not only did Markless Blade exhibit phenomenal destructive power with his one attack, but he had also exhibited incredible mastery over the Void Walk technique. At this moment, let alone the three spectating paragons, even Sherfong, the target of Markless Blade's attack, could not detect Markless Blade's presence in the slightest. It was as if the berserker had vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. As expected of the God Annihilator, its speed and power are already close to matching legendary weapons. Sherfong thought, a smile forming on his face as he looked at the numerous spatial tiers extending toward him. These spatial tiers carried incredible power, and even one of them was enough to instantly kill the average Tier 4 player. But between my sword and your saber, I wonder which is stronger? Immediately, Sherfong unsheathed the winter of eternal night and brandished it against the oncoming spatial tiers. Swords transmigration. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks and explosions filled the battlefield as the winter of eternal night collided with the spatial tiers, attacking Sherfong from multiple directions. Over 100 exchanges had taken place in the blink of an eye, the shockwaves from the clashes causing the surrounding space to crack like tempered glass. The surrounding terrain was also deformed beyond recognition. From an outsider's perspective, the clash between the inconspicuous swordsman and sloppy berserker didn't look like a clash between players at all. Instead, it looked more like a brawl between two natural disasters. A moment later, Markless Blade suddenly reappeared in everyone's view. However, before anyone realized it, nearly half of his HP bar was missing. As for Shi Feng, he had also lost a little over 20% of his HP. At a glance, it was obvious who had the advantage in raw power. You blocked all of my Void Walk attacks? What about this move, then? After saying so, Markless Blade abruptly slammed the God Annihilator into the ground, causing the ground to sink and creating a brilliant mana pillar that rapidly expanded out from him. Universal Destruction. This was an additional skill that came with the God Annihilator. It allowed the God Annihilator's wielder to exhibit their strength to the extreme, instantly increasing the effect of the wielder's strength by 5 times for one attack that could reduce a 100-yard radius into nothingness. You want to fight using brute force? Shi Feng took a deep breath as he looked at the rapidly expanding mana pillar. Then he gripped the Winter of Eternal Night with both hands and executed a downward slash. Demon God's Armament. Radiant Night. Subsequently, Shi Feng's mana experienced a qualitative improvement, and matching divine runes appeared on his weapon and equipment one after another, the runes increasing the effects of his weapon and equipment by 100%. Immediately afterward, darkness bloomed from the Winter of Eternal Night, devouring everything in its path. Boom! When light and darkness collided, the thick fog covering the sky thinned slightly, and a continuous explosion echoed throughout the mountaintop. Every player in the central zone felt the powerful explosion, and many couldn't help but look toward the source of this explosion. He didn't die. Markless Blade revealed a look of surprise when he saw that Shi Feng had over 60% of his HP remaining. Universal Destruction was the strongest move that came with the God Annihilator. When paired with his Tier 5 magic equipment, he could send even Tier 5 legendary monsters of the same level flying. If a Tier 5 metric tons tried to receive this move without any life-saving skills active, there was a real chance they could get killed from full HP. Yet Shi Feng, a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, had received this move without dying. His strength attribute could practically rival Tier 5 Berserkers. Markless Blade wasn't the only one surprised by this outcome. When Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess saw that Shi Feng remained alive and healthy, they couldn't help but gasp, their minds failing to understand how Shi Feng had survived Markless Blade's attack. Isn't he only wearing dark gold immortal equipment? How can he match Markless Blade's Tier 5 magic equipment and God Annihilator? Martial Quad Beast had trouble keeping his jaw from hanging when he saw that Shi Feng had over half his HP remaining. Martial Quad Beast had fought Markless Blade when the latter had his Tier 5 magic equipment equipped in the past, so he knew that Markless Blade's strength had already reached an unbelievable level for a Tier 4 player. Even the superior mythic-ranked Ancient Bone Dragon he had summoned using a Tier 4 curse was sent flying over a dozen yards when it ate a direct attack from Markless Blade. It should be known that the Ancient Bone Dragon had strength rivaling Tier 5 legendary monsters. A normal attack from it could shatter a basic city's defensive magic array in one hit. If a Tier 4 metric tons tried to block its attack without a life-saving skill, they would get killed in one hit. Yet the Ancient Bone Dragon was sent flying when it tried to block Markless Blade's attack. Now that Markless Blade had received the God Annihilator, a weapon known for its strength, from Heavenly Boa, his strength had undoubtedly reached an even more frightening level. Against Markless Blade's Universal Destruction, Martial Quad Beast doubted he could survive the attack even if he activated a life-saving skill. Yet, Shi Feng had blocked the attack without any life-saving skills and survived. It should be because of his sword. He only has a set of dark gold immortal equipment. It is logically impossible for him to match Markless Blade's basic attributes. The only explanation is that his sword offers a lot more strength than the God Annihilator, Glorious Mantra said as he looked at the black, long sword Shurfong wielded. But God Annihilator's strength bonus is already extraordinary. Could his long sword be on par with the myriad forest empire's top 20 sacred armaments? The players spectating the battle from outside the competition venue also looked at Shurfeng's Winter of Eternal Night with eyes full of curiosity and greed. Any weapon capable of entering the sacred armament list of any country in the greater God's domain would either be a legendary weapon or a fragmented legendary weapon that rivaled legendary weapons in certain aspects. Meanwhile, every one of these weapons was treated like a precious baby by the various hegemonic powers. Even the various hegemonic powers' executives would need permission from their respective grand elders before using these weapons. After all, weapons that had reached the level of sacred armaments could be of great help to even Tier 6 players, rather than let Tier 4 and Tier 5 players use them. It'd be much more effective to let a Tier 6 powerhouse equip it. Only a pseudo-upper-ranking hegemonic power like Heavenly Boa would be willing to let a Tier 4 paragon equip such a weapon. The average hegemonic power absolutely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. After all, not only was this a waste of opportunity, but there was also a great risk of the weapon being snatched. Weapons at the sacred armament caliber could be sold for astronomical prices. They were so valuable that even Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts would be willing to disregard the rules set by the various powers. While everyone was talking about Shurfeng's Winter of Eternal Night, Shurfong looked at his remaining HP before glancing at Markless Blade, who was getting ready to attack him again. Then, Shurfong released the Winter of Eternal Night, letting it merge with the void. Immediately afterward, 9 frost blades materialized around Markless Blade, gradually lingering around him like satellites. I've seen your saber already. Now it's time for you to see my sword. World of Frost, 9-fold sword's orbit. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, Tier 5? Chapter 324, Tier 5? Each of the 9 frost swords possessed 120% of Shurfeng's strength. Under the enhancement of Demon God's armament and world creation, each frost sword could execute sword's orbit flawlessly and create dozens of stars that carried power at the Tier 5 standard. When these stars intersected, they caused the space around them to tremble. The 9 frost swords attacked Markless Blade from multiple directions simultaneously, forming a tight network of hundreds of stars. There was no room whatsoever for Markless Blade to carry out evasive maneuvers. When high-tiered players in God's domain wished to quickly decide on the outcome of a duel, there were generally only 2 methods they could employ. The first method was to defeat the opponent with overwhelming power. So long as one had an absolute advantage in strength, one's opponent would be incapable of defending against one's attacks. It was a crude yet effective method. It was also the method high-tiered players used most often when dealing with lower-tiered players. The second method was to launch attacks at extraordinary speeds. If one could overwhelm the reaction speed of one's opponent with enough attacks, even if each attack wasn't exceptionally strong, so long as the attacks could do some damage, one could quickly end the duel. The Winter of Eternal Night was never a long sword focused on raw power. Instead, its strong suit was attacking at high frequencies. In his current state, Shurfong could execute several hundred attacks simultaneously. This was already well beyond the number of attacks a Tier 4 player could react to simultaneously. Meanwhile, as soon as Shurfong executed his 9-fold sword's orbit, Markless Blade immediately felt the threat of death looming over him. He could sense that if he allowed around a dozen of these stars to hit him, even with the Tier 5 magic equipment protecting him, he would die nonetheless. Markless Blade was honestly shocked by this development. He never thought Shurfong could control 9 individual weapons to such a masterful degree. It was common for players to control multiple weapons summoned via skills or spells in God's domain. However, doing so would usually reduce the amount of control they could exert over each weapon. To manipulate multiple weapons normally was an incredibly challenging feat, and the difficulty would increase exponentially with each additional weapon. Normally, a Tier 4 magical class player could easily launch over 100 magic projectiles. However, while launching so many attacks might make for a spectacular sight, the player would only have full control over 3 or 4 of these projectiles. As for the other projectiles, the player could only have them move in a simple trajectory. As a result, these other projectiles were very predictable and could be easily dodged. However, it was a different story for Shurfeng's frost swords. All 9 frost swords moved as if Shurfeng was wielding them in person. When targeted by the 9 frost swords, Markless Blade felt as if he was being attacked by 9 Shurfengs simultaneously. Rampaging Blade. At this moment, Markless Blade finally stopped holding back. After letting out a loud roar, he instantly split into 4 copies of himself and executed a peerless slash, shattering the space before him and sending countless spatial fragments flying in multiple specific directions. Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess were deeply shocked when they saw this scene. For Tier 4 titled experts like themselves, shattering space wasn't a difficult feat, however. Shattering space and having the resulting spatial fragments group up and move in groups, like several dozen weapons, was something they couldn't do. This feat required an unbelievable amount of control over one's strength and the void. Subsequently, the weapons made of spatial fragments collided with the stars in the air, every collision stirring up a powerful spatial storm. Over 100 collisions took place in the blink of an eye, the resulting explosions and shock waves making it feel as if over a dozen great wizards were bombarding each other with spells in midair. At this moment, if any Tier 4 player were to jump into the air without taking any defensive measures, they would instantly be bombarded into smithereens. Even Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess had trouble keeping up with the flurry of exchanges taking place in midair. They would die without question if they were to abruptly join this fight without any life-saving skills active. After several hundred explosions erupted in midair, the sky had already transformed into a pitch-black void. However, at this time, Markless Blade could no longer keep up with the 9 frost swords' attacks. Immediately, the several hundred stars created by the 9 frost swords bypassed Markless Blade's spatial fragments and threatened to attack Markless Blade directly. Markless Blade remained unfazed even in the face of the approaching stars. After letting out a shout, he willed his 3 doppelgangers to gather around him with their sabers held in a defensive stance. Immediately afterward, magic runes appeared on the doppelgangers' bodies, the runes forming a translucent mana barrier around them. When Shurfeng saw a defensive barrier suddenly forming around Markless Blade's 3 doppelgangers, he reacted instantly and switched his manipulation method on the spot. Suddenly, the dozen stars closest to reaching Markless Blade grouped up into pairs and merged, forming 6 stars of greater radiance. Then, these 6 stars bombarded Markless Blade's defensive barrier one after another. Boom! The defensive barrier mitigated the first 4 stars without fail. However, when the 5th star landed, the barrier shattered. Then, the 6th star landed on the doppelganger directly in front of Markless Blade, the impact sending the doppelganger and Markless Blade himself flying several dozen yards back. Eventually, Markless Blade and his doppelganger crash-landed on the ground, their impact shattering the ground and forming a large crater. Subsequently, the doppelganger disappeared, revealing Markless Blade's body. After receiving Shurfeng's attack, Markless Blade had lost another 1/3 of his HP, and there was a visible sword mark in his Tier 5 magic equipment. Crap! How is that even possible? Are those 2 really just Tier 4 players? The players spectating the broadcast of the fight were dumbfounded. Even though the 2 fighters were a swordsman and a berserker, the exchange between the 2 felt like an exchange between a dozen great wizards. Moreover, Even though Sure Fang's and Markless Blade's attack rates were already beyond the reaction speed of Tier 4 players, the two of them could not only keep up with each other's attacks, but they could also alter their attack methods halfway through their attacks. Markless Blade failed to keep up? When Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess saw that Markless Blade had lost a lot of HP, their expressions changed, and they could no longer remain calm like before. If the three of them were standing in Sure Fang's shoes, they definitely wouldn't be able to react to Markless Blade's sudden transition into a defensive stance. Yet, Sure Fang had not only reacted to the sudden transition, but he had even merged his attacks on the spot to further strengthen them. His reaction speed was simply monstrous. This Black Flame guy is amazing. He took away 1/3 of Vice Commander Markless' HP in one move. How absurd is his reaction speed? Don't tell me Vice Commander Markless is going to lose? Star Lake City's spectating players never thought that the mighty Markless Blade would be put at a disadvantage in a fight against a player with little to no fame in the greater God's domain. Moreover, Markless Blade lost 1/3 of his HP to Sure Fang in one move. No matter how they looked at it, Markless Blade's defeat was inevitable. However, just when everyone thought Markless Blade was slated for defeat, Markless Blade suddenly patted the sword mark on his chest plate and revealed an excited smile. Immediately afterward, his aura skyrocketed in intensity yet again, causing Martial Quad Beast and the other spectating players nearby to take a step back in shock and fear. Wonderful. This is truly wonderful. Markless Blade suddenly laughed, the combination of his ruffled hair and cackling making him look even more like a savage. Then he looked at Sure Fang ecstatically and said, "I really want to thank you. If you didn't make me feel the threat of death, my concentration would have remained stuck at the limit of Tier 4 until I got promoted. I also wouldn't be able to fully exhibit my Tier 5 magic equipment strength at Tier 4, as I can now." When the players rooting for Markless Blade heard the man's words, they couldn't help but grow excited. Tier 5 magic equipment. If a Tier 4 player could fully exhibit a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment strength, this player would be able to reach the Tier 5 standard directly. At that point, not only would they have Tier 5 basic attributes and physique, but they would also have access to the Tier 5 magic equipment's Tier 5 additional skills. With this sudden development, there was a very real possibility that Markless Blade could compete for first place in the rookie competition. Black Flame, I admit your attack frequency is incredible. If I am only at the Tier 4 standard, I definitely wouldn't be your match, Markless Blade said, smiling as he looked at Sure Fang. But it's over now. I'll let you know what a true difference in strength is. After saying so, Markless Blade brandished his saber, sending several hundred spatial blades flying at Sure Fang. Markless Blade's spatial blades outnumbered even the stars formed by Sure Fang's 9-fold sword's orbit by over 100. Moreover, the strength these spatial blades carried was superior to that of Sure Fang's stars. However, Sure Fang did not look surprised even when he went up against these several hundred spatial blades. Instead, he calmly said, "Do you really think you can beat me just because you've reached Tier 5? As soon as Sure Fang finished speaking, a dazzling brilliance suddenly burst from the winter of eternal night, and an indescribable power flowed into Sure Fang's body. Godslayer, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325 U2? Chapter 325 U2? TL Notes. Changing 9-fold sword's orbit to 9-fold sword's orbit. When Sure Fang activated Godslayer, the mana around him underwent a dramatic transformation and formed a mana pillar exceeding 500 meters. At the same time as the mana pillar appeared, the projection of the illusory world centered around Sure Fang became clearer. Originally, the illusory world was at 95% transparency. Now its transparency had gone down to 80%. The area covered also increased from a 100-yard radius to a 300-yard radius, and the influence it had on the greater god's domain strengthened significantly. These abrupt changes shocked the players watching the broadcast. A mana pillar that's 500 meters tall? Even if he has a 120% epic mana body, shouldn't the maximum height only be 100 meters? Don't tell me he has also reached tier 5? That's not right. There are no changes to his aura, meaning his basic attributes and physique have not improved. If he reached the tier 5 standard, there's no way his aura will remain the same. But if he's not at tier 5, how is his mana pillar so tall? Shurfeng's mana pillar was like the midday sun, its appearance instantly increasing the brightness of the entire mountaintop. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this phenomenon. It was common knowledge that when a tier 4 player developed their epic mana body to the legendary 120% completion rate, the mana pillar they could produce would reach up to 100 meters. A tier 4 player's mana pillar reaching 500 meters was simply unheard of in God's domain. While the spectating crowd had fallen into shock and confusion, Shurfeng's 9 frost swords suddenly appeared next to him and moved to meet the several hundred oncoming spatial blades. Then, the 9 frost swords created a galaxy of stars. 9-fold swords orbit. The galaxy of stars stopped the several hundred blades dead in their tracks, preventing them from getting within 30 yards of Shurfeng. Compared to before, the defensive network Shurfeng formed with his 9-fold sword's orbit had become significantly stronger. He blocked everything? What did he do? Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess gaped in shock when they saw Shurfeng standing in midair intact. Markless Blade had already gained complete control over his tier 5 magic equipment. Whether it was basic attributes, physique, or skills, he already had everything a tier 5 player would have. Logically, Shurfeng should be utterly incapable of defending against Markless Blade's rampaging blade. After all, whether it was in terms of attack count or strength, Markless Blade's rampaging blade had already surpassed Shurfeng's 9-fold sword's orbit. Yet, now, Markless Blade had failed to even damage Shurfeng, let alone heavily injure or kill him. As for Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, they were similarly shocked when they saw this outcome. Brother Black Flame is amazing. He can even hold his ground against one of Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons. With this, even Saint 3 won't have any leverage over Brother Black Flame. Midsummer exclaimed. Markless Blade was Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons. Although he ranked near the bottom of the 7, he was still a paragon rivaling Saint 3. Not to mention, now that Markless Blade could exhibit 100% of his tier 5 magic equipment strength, he could even compete for the rookie competition's number 1 position. As for Markless Blade, who had just gained full control over his tier 5 magic equipment, he, too, was shocked by this outcome. Have you also reached tier 5? Markless Blade asked, his mind full of doubts and confusion about the strength and reaction speed Shurfeng had just displayed. Setting aside Shurfeng's strength, just the fact that Shurfeng could keep up with his tier 5 attack frequency was already plenty unbelievable. The biggest factor that separated tier 4 and tier 5 players in God's domain was reaction speed. This difference led to a situation where even if a tier 4 player had similar basic attributes as a tier 5 player, the former still wouldn't be a match for the latter. Meanwhile, after Markless Blade gained full control of his tier 5 magic equipment, his reaction speed had already entered the tier 5 threshold. So, a tier 4 expert should be helpless against his maximum attack frequency. Yet, Shurfeng had blocked all of his attacks. Aside from Shurfeng having a legendary weapon, the only other explanation Markless Blade could think of for this situation was that Shurfeng had similarly crossed into the tier 5 threshold as he did. Legendary weapons were incredibly precious even to the various hegemonic powers. Not even the tier 6 powerhouses of hegemonic powers would necessarily be assigned one, let alone someone with no background like Shurfeng. Do you think I have to be Tier 5 to block your attacks?" Shi Feng responded nonchalantly. The superiority of Tier 5 players over Tier 4 players lies in reaction speed. Although Godslayer did not provide any bonuses to his basic attributes and physique, it drastically improved the strength of his mana and concentration standard. Before becoming a special life form, Shi Feng could already gain Tier 5 mana and Tier 5 concentration, qualifying to fight a Tier 5 Demon King. Now that Shi Feng had become a special life form, under the effects of Godslayer, his mana and concentration had reached a completely new level. He was far superior to Markless Blade, who had only reached the entry level of Tier 5 in these two aspects. Not to mention, Shi Feng's strength and mana also improved his world creation, which further weakened all enemy attacks within its range and boosted the power of his attacks. As for his concentration, which now reached the intermediate rank Tier 4 standard, it allowed him to manipulate his 9 frost swords with greater ease. This meant he could increase his performance with the frost swords. Moreover, Sword's Orbit was inherently a defensive combat technique. Offense was never its strong suit, so it would naturally show better performance when he switched from using it offensively to defensively. Meanwhile, all these factors added together made it so that Markless Blade's spatial blades were not a threat to Shi Feng. However, Godslayer only had a 30-second duration. Shi Feng couldn't afford to let the battle drag on for too long. So, as soon as he finished speaking, he raised the Winter of Eternal Night in his hand and willed for 2 frost swords to follow suit. Immediately afterward, the 3 weapons devoured all mana within a 300-yard radius, causing the space of the affected area to freeze. Even though Markless Blade was equipped with a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment, the lack of mana in the area still caused him to feel a little uncomfortable and his movements to become sluggish. Before Markless Blade could adapt to this sudden change, the Winter of Eternal Night in Shi Feng's hands and the 2 frost swords hovering next to him executed a downward slash that carried a hair-raising amount of power. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. 3 slashes fell toward Markless Blade simultaneously. From Markless Blade's perspective, it looked as if darkness was descending toward him. The descent of the darkness so quick that he couldn't evade it in time with his heavy body. All 3 of Shi Feng's slashes carried power far greater than any of Shi Feng's previous attacks. When Markless Blade saw the 3 slashes, he immediately understood that not even Tier 5 players should try to block them. He wouldn't even be surprised if just one of these slashes was enough to heavily injure a Tier 5 legendary monster. Tier 5 additional active skill, Mana Overflow. Tier 5 additional active skill, Eradicating Light. Markless Blade decided to use everything he had to defend against the 3 slashes. Immediately, he used his Tier 5 magic equipment's additional skills Mana Overflow and Eradicating Light. Mana Overflow doubled his mana volume and increased the effects of his skills and spells by 100%, whereas Eradicating Light enhanced one of his attacks with the mana destruction effect and increased the attack strength by 200% and agility by 100%. Subsequently, Markless Blade's God Annihilator received the oncoming slashes one after another, each collision creating explosions that shook a radius of 1,000 yards. The land within the affected radius cracked and exploded, sending dust and dirt flying everywhere. After the first collision, Markless Blade's hands trembled. After the second collision, Markless Blade's posture broke, and he was forced to take 2 steps backward. His HP also fell by over 1/3 of its maximum. After the third collision, Markless Blade was sent flying 100 yards away, his body heavily injured and blood flowing out of the corner of his eyes. His HP also plummeted and hit 0 in the blink of an eye. Then, his large body fell powerlessly to the ground. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, Invincible Among Tier 4. Chapter 326, invincible among Tier 4 silence. Whether it was the participants present or spectating players watching the live broadcast, everyone went silent when they saw Markless Blade's corpse gradually disintegrating and disappearing. After a short silence, though, the players watching the live broadcast exploded into activity. Markless Blade got defeated? Just like that? Markless Blade can already exhibit 100% of his Tier 5 magic equipment's effects. Yet, he still couldn't endure those 3 slashes? This black flame is a monster. If even Markless Blade lost to him, I think Black Flame has a good chance at competing for the top 3 spots. No wonder he dared to kill Unforgettable Leaf. I didn't think Markless Blade would be the first of the top 10 seeded players to get eliminated. This is truly a surprise. The Myriad Forest Empire's players were even touting how at least half of the top 10 spots would belong to people from their empire. They must be looking dying from embarrassment right now. Ha ha ha. 3 slashes to fell Markless Blade. With this, our kingdom is going to see the rise of another paragon. The Azura Sword Emperor, is it? Although it had been a long time since Markless Blade last made a public appearance, he was undoubtedly a paragon-level individual in the hearts of the ancient River Kingdoms and Myriad Forest Empire's players. Moreover, he was a paragon capable of ranking within the top 10 of the Myriad Forest Empire's younger generation paragons. Yet, now, Markless Blade had lost to Sherfone. This was a shocking outcome, especially for the ancient River Kingdoms players. They were all excited by this outcome. Subsequently, the name of the Azura Sword Emperor quickly spread, causing even more players to spectate Sherfeng's fight through the 7 Luminaries Alliance's broadcast. The various kingdoms and empires often butt heads in the greater god's domain. It was especially so when a neutral resource node was involved. These fights usually required the paragons of the involved nation to take to the battlefield. Meanwhile, the more experts a country had, the greater the advantage it would have in battle. This was why the ruling powers of the various kingdoms and empires tended to curry favor with the various Tier 4 and Tier 5 paragons. These Tier 4 and Tier 5 paragons might not be a match for Tier 6 players in terms of actual combat power, but the value they could exhibit wouldn't be inferior to Tier 6 players in the slightest. The ancient River Kingdom had already been in a weak state for a long time. So, it was definitely a great joy for the kingdom for a new paragon to appear in its territory. Because of this unexpected development, the number of people spectating the broadcast of Sherfeng's battle had also gone up from 400,000 to over 1 million. Moreover, this number was still rapidly increasing as time passed, the broadcast viewership quickly catching up to the broadcast of famous Tier 6 experts. While the spectating players were holding their respective discussions, the members of Glorious Mantras, Martial Quad Beasts, and Silent Saintesses parties revealed very ugly expressions. In addition to fear, their faces also expressed a hint of anger. They had a joint deal with Markless Blade. It was why they had helped Markless Blade in the first place. Now that Markless Blade had died, their deal with Markless Blade to enter the top 20 together naturally became worthless. This meant that getting into the top 20 would become a big problem now. The Galaxy Conglomerate would rarely hold invitational competitions, the last one being several decades ago. If they wished to avoid the challenge of getting into the official phase of the invitational competition, the best way would be to get into the top 20 of the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. If they couldn't enter the rookie competition's top 20, they'd have to face intense competition between countless experts originating from the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, at that time, the experts they needed to face wouldn't be limited to those from the younger generation. Many older generation experts would also be competing. After all, the Galaxy Conglomerate had set the age limit for its invitational competition, this time at 35. This meant paragons like Markless Blade, who were close to reaching the age limit, would join as well. For the sake of giving the younger generation a chance, most hegemonic powers had refrained from sending their veteran paragons to participate in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this time. According to the information they received, there were still over 50 older generation paragons in the rookie competition. Indeed, over 50 veteran paragons were in the rookie competition. These veteran paragons had already lingered at Tier 4 for a long time. They were vastly superior to the younger generation paragons when it came to the development of their mana bodies, the weapons and equipment they possessed, and the skills, spells, mana techniques, and combat techniques they had mastered. Because of the presence of these veteran paragons, it was no exaggeration to say that the difficulty of getting into the rookie competition's top 20 this time was much greater than getting into the top 10 of the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses. However, before the three parties could think about how they should compete for the top 20, Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess suddenly felt Shurfeng's gaze on them. This instantly put a lot of pressure on them. Black Flame, we won't stop you anymore now that you've defeated Markless Blade. Why don't we each go on our separate ways? Martial Quad Beast, the oldest of the three paragons, took the initiative to suggest, "This will be good for all of us. I'm sure you don't want to miss out on the Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competition, right?" The Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competitions come only once every several decades. You might have defeated Markless Blade, but I doubt you are currently in good shape. If we fight, we will only be benefiting the other parties. So why bother? Glorious Mantra chimed in. Shurfeng might have killed Markless Blade, but anyone could tell that his complexion looked a lot paler than before. It was obvious that Shurfeng's victory over Markless Blade wasn't as easy as it seemed. So it definitely wouldn't be wise for Shurfeng to fight the three of them now. The three of them definitely weren't a match for Markless Blade in a 1-versus-1 situation. However, if the three of them worked together, even Markless Blade would have to flee. Although Shurfeng was stronger than Markless Blade, they were confident they could win against Shurfeng in his currently exhausted state. When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao heard Martial Quad Beast's and Glorious Mantra's words, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. If the three parties were to work together to attack Shurfeng, it would definitely be disastrous for Shurfeng now that he had already revealed all of his cards. Fortunately, the 3 slashes Shurfeng had used to kill Markless Blade were enough to deter the three parties from escalating the situation. Go on our separate ways. Shurfeng looked at the three paragons for a moment. Then he swung his sword and sent 3 slashes flying at them, saying, "Who do you think you are?" When the three paragons saw the 3 holy annihilations rapidly approaching them, they mentally cursed at Shurfeng before using their respective trump cards, none of them daring to hold back. Immediately, Martial Quad Beast summoned a Tier 4 Mythic Rank Titan Behemoth to defend him. Glorious Mantra waved his staff and transformed into a cloud of dark fog, and Silent Saintess formed over 20 magic barriers before her. Boom! After the 3 pitch-black sword lights hit their mark, apart from Martial Quad Beast, who had nearly half of his HP remaining, Glorious Mantra and Silent Saintess had hardly any HP remaining. On top of that, the 3 paragons were alone now as all of their party members were devoured by the pitch-black sword lights. This scene dumbfounded the players spectating the battle's broadcast. How is this possible? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3253, Chapter 327, Kingdom Shocked, Chapter 3253, Chapter 327, Kingdom Shocked, the Red Star Kingdom's Glorious Mantra, the Iron Lion Kingdom's Martial Quad Beast, the Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Saintess, Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess were all paragons of the older generation. However, before they withdrew from the younger generation, they ranked among the top 10 of their respective countries' young paragons. Even back then, the 3 of them possessed strength rivaling the 10 great paragons of the current ancient River Kingdom. It also went without saying that they were currently a lot stronger than they were before. While they might not be a match for Markless Blade, they were all potential contenders for the current rookie competition's top 20. Yet now, Sherfong had essentially put all three of these veteran paragons on death's door using only 3 attacks. Moreover, he had even eradicated the 3 paragons' party members using the same 3 attacks. This development raised everyone's shock to a whole new level. In fact, this outcome was multiple times more shocking than when Sherfong killed Markless Blade in 3 attacks. Madness. This is madness. Black Flame is suppressing 3 veteran paragons all by himself. Could those 3 have regressed in strength? Impossible. The Titan Behemoth Martial Quad Beast summoned has defensive rivaling Tier 5 legendary monsters. A legendary monster's full-powered attack isn't even enough to kill the Titan Behemoth in 1 hit, let alone reach Martial Quad Beast and take half of his HP away. It's not just Martial Quad Beast. Some time ago, Silent Sanus's 24-layer defensive barrier kept her safe from a Tier 5 expert trying to assassinate her for over a dozen seconds. There's no way any of them has regressed in strength. The Darkness Transformation Glorious Mantra used just now is a Tier 4 super spell. When that spell is active, even legendary monsters will have difficulty damaging him. If that really is the case, isn't Black Flame a little too strong? We are talking about 3 paragons capable of ranking among the kingdom's 10 great paragons. Even Markless Blade will probably fall if he has to go up against all 3 of them simultaneously. The players spectating the broadcast engaged in a heated discussion when they saw the 3 veteran paragons getting heavily damaged. Some people have even analyzed exactly how powerful the skills and spells the 3 veteran paragons had used, and everyone realized just how frightening Sherfeng's strength was. Back on the battlefield, Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintus looked at Sherfeng with shock and fear in their eyes. A saint-ranked mana technique. He's actually able to perfectly execute a saint-level mana technique? After experiencing Sherfeng's attack, the trio instinctively thought of saint-ranked mana techniques. Previously, the 3 of them had been standing quite far away when Sherfeng had killed Markless Blade with his 3 slashes, so they didn't realize exactly what kind of attack Sherfeng had used to kill Markless Blade. However, after experiencing the same attack, they understood why Markless Blade was killed by those 3 slashes. Saint-ranked mana techniques were incredibly rare, even in the greater gods' domain. Many ordinary hegemonic powers didn't even have one in their possession. The difficulty of learning saint-ranked mana techniques was also incredibly high. However, so long as a player could achieve perfect mastery over a saint-ranked mana technique, they could exhibit strength rivaling gold combat techniques when used at Tier 6. Currently, although Sherfeng wasn't a Tier 6 player, he already had the standards of a Tier 5 player. The power he could exhibit with a perfected saint-ranked mana technique would be very close to a gold combat technique. So, even if Markless Blade was equipped with a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment, it wasn't a shame for him to lose to Sherfeng. In fact, his defeat was inevitable. This was because any player who had mastered a gold combat technique could transcend tiers, even without the help of a legendary weapon. They were existences who could stand at the greater gods' domain's apex. Without a legendary weapon or equipment of his own, how was Markless Blade supposed to stand up against Sherfeng? Retreat. It's impossible for the 3 of us to beat him, Martial Quad Beast said as he looked at Glorious Mantra and Silent Saintus. Immediately afterward, he took out a Tier 4 instantaneous movement scroll, used it, and reappeared at a location several thousand yards away. He dared not stay near Sherfeng for even a moment longer. As for Glorious Mantra and Silent Saintus, they had similarly used their precious tools and vanished from Sherfeng's sight. They're gone just like that? Midsummer was momentarily stunned when she saw the 3 veteran paragons disappearing. She couldn't believe that these usually lofty individuals would run away without even trying to put up a fight. As for the players spectating the broadcast, they gaped in shock at this scene. These were 3 great Paragon-level individuals they were talking about. Yet, these 3 veteran Paragons had fled without trying to resist even in the slightest. This situation had never happened in the ancient River Kingdom or the neighboring kingdoms. It should be known that Marshal Quadbeast and the others had only passively defended themselves before. They had never truly worked together to attack Sherfong. If they joined forces, they could absolutely exhibit incredible combat power. Yet, the 3 veteran Paragons had fled in a panic after receiving only 1 slash each from Sherfong. Sherfong, though, wasn't surprised by this outcome. On the contrary, he felt that the 3 veteran Paragons' reaction was only a matter of course. One would have difficulty perceiving Holy Annihilation's power without experiencing it directly. Meanwhile, Glorious Mantra, Martial Quadbeast, and Silent Saintess were all Paragons with a fountain of combat experience. So, after experiencing Holy Annihilation, it wouldn't be difficult for them to recognize it as a saint-ranked mana technique. It was true that, unlike gold combat techniques, saint-ranked mana techniques couldn't show their full potential at lower tiers. Even so, any Tier 4 or Tier 5 player who had managed to fully master a saint-ranked mana technique would still be invincible among players of the same tier. Combining this with the fact that the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition provided a significantly easier way to participate in the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition, it was only natural that Marshal Quadbeast and the others refused to die so early into the rookie competition's official phase. Subsequently, news of Glorious Mantra, Martial Quadbeast, and Silent Saintess getting scared away quickly spread like wildfire. When the Ancient River Kingdom's various powers learned about this outcome, they promptly recorded him in the list of Paragons who were based in the kingdom. At the same time, they began frantically looking into Sherfeng's identity and all other information related to him. Not only did Sherfong defeat Markless Blade, but he also frightened 3 top-tier Paragons into running away. It had already been several decades since any Paragon in the Ancient River Kingdom had accomplished such a feat, even Saint 3. A Paragon the Twin Saints Alliance touted to be a once-in-a-century genius did not have such a dazzling achievement. If they could win over such a Paragon, it would be of great help to their development in the future. At the same time, in the Ancient River Secret Land's central zone, a 2-man party finally defeated a wandering Tier 4 heroic spirit after fighting continuously for nearly half an hour. Then, this 2-man party began to move as covertly as possible around the central zone, afraid of getting ambushed by other parties. Damn it! Why are there so many veteran Paragons in the rookie competition this time? Lightning Chaser cursed under his breath, his face colored with anger as he looked at a 3-man party walking away from his hiding spot. Every party we've met thus far has at least 2 or 3 Paragons. How are we supposed to even kill any heroic spirits with those people wandering around? It can't be helped. The Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition is a rare event that only occurs once every several decades. Nobody will want to miss such a big opportunity, Desolate Fury said, sighing. Among the remaining parties, I'm afraid we are the weakest. Now, all we can do is move around covertly and figure out a way to kill as many heroic spirits as possible. We'll only be asking to get eliminated if we make any bold moves. The weakest? When Lightning Chaser recalled how Sherfong had become famous throughout the Ancient River Kingdom, he couldn't help but envy Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. Now that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had Sherfong protecting them, the central zone was no different from their backyard. Even parties with 3 or 4 Paragons would have to make way when they come across Sherfeng's party. It's pointless to start regretting now, Desolate Fury said. When he saw the flash of envy appearing in Lightning Chaser's eyes, he could more or less guess what was going through the other party's mind. If you hadn't deliberately antagonized Black Flame, we might have been able to partner with him in the central zone. But now, don't even think about it. So what if he's strong? With Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao holding him back, he won't necessarily make it into the top 20, Lightning Chaser said, curling his lips. Moreover, now that he's offended Heavenly Boa, there's no way Heavenly Boa will let him off easily. Perhaps. Desolate Fury did not refute Lightning Chaser's words. Instead, he bitterly smiled and said, "But according to the latest information the Alliance sent me, the names of the ancient river kingdom's 10 great paragons have already been changed, and coming in first is Black Flame. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 328, First Paragon? Chapter 328, First Paragon? First. Lightning Chaser forgot to breathe when he heard Desolate Fury's words. Impossible. The ancient river kingdom might have been in a weak state for many years already, but those capable of ranking among the top 10 of the kingdom's younger generation paragons were all extraordinary individuals. Even a peerless genius like Desolate Fury would be swiftly killed if he tried to fight any of the ancient river kingdom's 10 great paragons in a one-on-one duel. More importantly, it had already been a long time since the ancient river kingdom had officially crowned the title of First Paragon to anyone. Even a paragon as powerful as Saint 3 was only known as one of the ancient river kingdom's top 3 paragons. A specific ranking for the top 3 paragons did not exist in the ancient river kingdom. Yet now, Feng was given the title of First Paragon after only one battle. No matter how Lightning Chaser looked at it, this news must be a joke. It should be known that when a kingdom decided to crown a player as its first paragon, it meant that this player possessed the highest combat power out of all Tier 4 players operating within the kingdom. This player would become an expert that even the kingdom's various hegemonic powers would have to treat respectfully. During kingdom wars, this player would also wield considerable authority and the right to select participants for the war. It was no exaggeration to say that a kingdom's first paragon was an important individual who could decide the direction of the kingdom's development. Although Feng had indeed slain Markless Blade and repelled 3 veteran paragons, his achievements should only be enough to get him recognized as one of the ancient river kingdom's top 3 paragons. It didn't make sense that he would be designated the position of first paragon. It's a logical decision for the ancient river kingdom to regard him as its first paragon. When Desolate Fury saw that Lightning Chaser refused to believe his words, he explained, according to the Alliance's investigative report, Black Flame has perfect mastery over a saint-ranked mana technique. This factor alone is more than enough to qualify him for the position of the ancient river kingdom's first paragon. Lightning Chaser thoroughly fell silent when he heard the mention of a saint-ranked mana technique. At this time, he even started to feel a little fearful. The achievement of perfectly mastering a saint-ranked mana technique was far more frightening than becoming the ancient river kingdom's first paragon. Even the various conglomerates would extend an olive branch to Feng once they learned about this achievement. If the ancient river kingdom's first paragon represented the peak of a kingdom's genius, the perfect mastery of a saint-ranked mana technique represented the future birth of an apex powerhouse in God's domain. With such an achievement under Feng's belt, even the Heavenly Boa Guild would come to fear him, let alone Saint 3. Suddenly, Lightning Chaser's face twisted with expressions of regret and madness. Why did things turn out like this? Even though Lightning Chaser had already become an official successor of the Extreme Eagle Corporation, he still wasn't certain whether he could become first in the line of succession in the future. So, it was crucial for him to form as many connections with powerful experts as possible. Yet now he had actually cast aside the opportunity to get acquainted with a future apex powerhouse. While Lightning Chaser was mired in regret, Feng midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao finished killing off 2 Tier 4 heroic spirits in a small forest and stopped in front of a 6-meter-tall stele. The 2 of you are elementalists, so the mana technique recorded on this stele suits you perfectly. With our current damage output, it'll be tough for us to collect enough heroic spirit remnants in 3 days. It just so happens that we've collected 6 heroic spirit remnants, so you too can use them to learn the mana technique on this stele. So long as you can learn the mana technique, our party will have a much easier time moving forward, Shifeng said as he pointed at the dilapidated stele in front of him. A mana technique that suits us? Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at the dilapidated stele before them strangely and worriedly. If it was a mana technique suitable for magical class experts, it was most likely one that could provide a huge boost in combat power. However, the ancient stele before them was clearly much more damaged than any other stele they had come across. In the ancient river secret land's central zone, the more dilapidated a stele was, the more difficult it would be to learn the mana technique recorded on it. Meanwhile, as long as they failed to learn the mana technique within a specified time, they would automatically forget what they've learned, wasting precious time they could have spent collecting heroic spirit remnants. Don't worry, the mana technique recorded on this stele isn't particularly complex. It's only a god-ranked mana technique. With your mastery over mana, you too should have no trouble learning it within the allotted time, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the worry on Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's faces. Moreover, I have some matters I need to deal with offline. Since you two aren't going to log out, you might as well use this time to learn the mana technique here. It's only a god-ranked mana technique. Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao felt relieved when they heard Shifeng's words. Immediately, they took out the heroic spirit remnants they had collected and contributed them to the dilapidated stele. Many of the mana techniques recorded in the Central Zone's ancient steles were saint-ranked mana techniques, and it was nigh impossible for players to learn them within the allotted time. However, it was a different story for god-ranked mana techniques. It was entirely possible for players to learn a god-ranked mana technique within the allotted time. In fact, one of the main reasons many geniuses sought to enter the rookie competition's top 100 was so that they could learn a god-ranked mana technique. When Shifeng saw the two girls starting their learning process, he called up his system interface and chose to log out of the game. There were no heroic spirits in the area. By now, everyone also knew that he and his party were active around these parts. So, hardly any parties were willing to come close to this area, and the two could study with ease. As for the mana technique the two were learning, there was something he had neglected to tell them. It was true that the mana technique recorded on dilapidated stele was only at the god rank. However, it wasn't just any ordinary god-ranked mana technique. Instead, it was the mana cohesion method created by the god of 4 elements, one of the 12 great gods in God's domain. So long as Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao could learn the mana cohesion method, they could elevate the density of their mana to a whole new level. They could condense gaseous mana into liquid mana, and liquid mana into solid mana. They could even use 7 luminaries crystals to amplify their spells, strengthening the power of an ordinary spell to the level of a super spell of the same tier. Because of the mana cohesion method's incredible effects, it was also one of the most complicated god-ranked mana techniques to learn. During Shifeng's previous life, a Tier 4 expert over 100 years of age had learned the mana cohesion method. With the mana technique's assistance, he had become a dangerous individual known throughout the Starlight Realm. Sometime later, he had even joined the Apex Power Demon's Gate. Honestly, Shifeng was mostly trying his luck by getting Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao to learn the mana cohesion method. He didn't have high hopes for them to succeed. As for why he chose to take such a gamble, it was because he truly had matters he needed to tend to in the real world. Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul would be arriving in the greater world today, so he needed to get their living arrangements sorted out. Hence, he decided he might as well have Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao try to improve their strength as much as possible. If they succeeded in learning the mana cohesion method, they would have a much easier time killing heroic spirits and collecting heroic spirit remnants afterward. Greater World, Star Lake City, God's Domain Association. Inside a crowded advanced training room, Thousand Scars walked out of a test room after conducting numerous rounds of reaction training an exhausted look on her face. However, when she saw the results of her final training round, the corners of her lips curled upward. Mental grade, 3-star mental strength master. Age, 19. Overall evaluation, S. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3255, Chapter 329. Star Lake Shaken. Chapter 3255, Chapter 329. Star Lake Shaken Great. I should get into the selections. Top 10 now. When 1,000 Scars looked at the result displayed outside the test room, she balled up her hands in excitement. She was so excited that even the other youths training in the same advanced training room could feel her excitement. Incredible! A 3-star mental strength master at less than 20 years old. Only 2 other people had such a result in the selection this time, right? MHM. They are in 3rd and 6th place, respectively. However, even though those 2 are the same age as Xue Qianhen, they're both successors of powerful families in Star Lake City. They've been cultivated using tons of resources from childhood and have already become 2-star mental strength masters by 17. It then took them another 2 years to become 3-star mental strength masters. Their starting lines are completely different from Xue Qianhen. Strictly speaking, they are far less talented than Xue Qianhen. The youths in the training room were surprised when they saw 1,000 Scars training results. 1,000 Scars' achievement of becoming a 3-star mental strength master before 20 was enough to put her in the top 10 of the Star Lake Legion selection. Unlike those who only managed to get into the top 100, she was a genius who could attract the attention of the Star Lake Legion's commander and vice commanders. Under normal circumstances, rookie participants assigned to the Star Lake Legion's ace battle groups would have completely different career paths than participants assigned to other top 100 rookie participants. Joining an ace battle group meant having more opportunities to participate in city competitions. Not only could members of ace battle groups receive sponsorship from the various corporations, but they could also acquire city contribution points that could be used to exchange for all sorts of tools and resources in the Greater Gods domain. So long as one had enough city contribution points, one could even exchange for legendary weapons and equipment in the Greater Gods domain. Moreover, 1,000 Scars differed from the other geniuses in the Greater Gods domain. Despite growing up without the help of the greater world's precious resources, she became a 3-star mental strength master at the age of 19. It had already been over a decade since Star Lake City had seen the appearance of such a talented genius. Meanwhile, the last person to have shown such talent was the Star Lake Legion's current commander, Red Frost, a madwoman known by all powers on the Starlight continent. The next step will be to challenge Sherfong. 1,000 Scars thought to herself before taking a deep breath. Then, just as she was about to proceed with another training session, a message notification suddenly popped up on her watch. Upon reading the message, 1,000 Scars smiled and said, "Big Sis Omen and the others are finally here." After saying so, 1,000 Scars grabbed the jacket she had set aside and walked out of the training room, causing many horny young men in the room to sigh in disappointment. God's Domain Association, first floor lobby. Although it was still early morning in Star Lake City, the lobby was already crowded with people waiting to take the Star Lake Legion's selection test. Aside from those who had already taken the test multiple times, there were also many people who were taking the test for the first time. Among the latter group, they consisted of residents originating from the greater world's various towns and cities and newcomers to the greater world. Amazing! So this is a city in the greater world? Mental strength masters are incredibly rare in our world, yet they can be seen everywhere here. I don't think these people are anything special. Our world is dreadfully lacking in cultivation resources for mental strength, a stark contrast to this world. Here, you can get items brimming with mysterious energy like soul drops everywhere. I won't say I can get into this so-called selection test top 10, but if I can get my hands on such resources, I bet you I can get into the top 100 easily. Currently, a group of young men and women around the age of 22 and 23 stood at the end of the long line of people waiting to take the selection test. Some of these youths wore looks of amazement, while some wore looks of contempt. However, without exception, every one of these youths was filled with feelings of excitement and anticipation. In ordinary worlds, a person could already be regarded as a genius favored by heaven if they could become a mental strength master within their lifetime. As for becoming a mental strength grandmaster, that was an achievement not even geniuses favored by heaven dared to dream of accomplishing. However, in the greater world, accomplishing such an achievement wasn't out of the question. Although these youths didn't speak very loudly, almost everyone in the lobby was a mental strength master, so they had no trouble hearing what these youths were saying. Yet, none of these mental strength masters laughed at these youths. On the contrary, when these mental strength masters saw the blue lightning emblem these youths wore, they promptly kept their mouths shut and minded their own business. Inhabitants of the blue flash world, is it? Breeze Wine, who wore the employee uniform of the Green God Corporation, muttered. A flash of envy appeared in his eyes as he looked at the youths. "Are those people incredible, Commander Breeze?" a woman with ethereal beauty standing next to Breeze Wine asked as she looked ahead at the group of youths standing at the back of the line. "They do look extraordinary. Every one of them is a 2-star mental strength master, even though they are still in their early 20s. A cold and elegant woman standing next to the ethereal beauty said in a rueful tone. "Even I am only at this standard right now. Comparisons truly are odious." These two women spoke in whispers, so the people around them did not hear what they said. Even so, many of the young men present couldn't help but turn to look at the two, their faces looking as if they had just had their souls lured out of their bodies. Although almost every woman in the greater world was a beauty due to the high fitness standards here, these two women still stood out a lot. Whether it was their appearance, body, or temperament, they were vastly superior to the average woman in the greater world. They could absolutely rank among Star Lake City's top beauties. Meanwhile, these two beauties were none other than Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul. "The blue flash isn't an ordinary world," Breezewine said as he turned to Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul. Then, with a wry smile, he continued, "Instead, it is one of the few powerful worlds that have managed to elevate their god's domain into a higher god's domain. As a result, even though the blue flash world's collapse is already nearing, the world's residents have the privilege of gaining citizenship in any third-tier city on this continent. They can also challenge the selection tests of any third-rate city for free. Moreover, many of the Blue Flash world's geniuses can be found in the city legions of third dash, second dash, and even first-tier cities. Some of these geniuses are even big shots who occupy high positions in their respective legions. Most importantly, the Blue Flash world has produced several peerless individuals who have gone beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. Simply put, the Blue Flash world is one of the top-ranking civilizations on the Starlight continent, and it is far superior to our civilization. They're only a bunch of people who got to enter the greater world earlier than us, a woman who closely rivaled Hidden Soul in appearances said, a hint of disdain appearing in her eyes as she looked at the youths from the Blue Flash world. Upon hearing the third woman's words, Breezewine simply chuckled and kept quiet. Death Omen was one of the few Tier 6 experts in their homeworld, so she had incredible potential. Now, because of Thousand Scars' recommendation, Death Omen had already gotten into the Paimon conglomerate's observation list. So long as Death Omen could become a titled expert within a specified time, she could become an outer member of the conglomerate. In terms of future potential, Death Omen was vastly superior to Zero Wings, Gentle Snow, and Hidden Soul. Shortly after Death Omen finished speaking, a lithe figure suddenly stepped out of an elevator and entered the lobby. As soon as this person appeared, she immediately attracted the attention and discussion of many people in the lobby. Xue Qianhen. Xue Qianhen is actually here. Is she here to take the test again? So soon? I wonder how many places she can rise this time? Wait, no. It looks like she's here to welcome a newcomer. When the surrounding crowd saw Thousand Scars approaching and talking to Death Omen with an intimate smile on her face, everyone couldn't help but wonder about Death Omen's identity. The young masters of some corporations even took the initiative to give their spots in line for the two. While Death Omen and Thousand Scars were making their way to the front of the line, Death Omen suddenly turned back to look at Hidden Soul with a smirk on her face. You two should join the line as well, Breeze Wine said to Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul with a wry smile when he saw Thousand Scars and Death Omen walking away. Although it will take some time, you two should be able to get your test done and your accommodations arranged by sunset today. Despite Breeze Wine's words, everyone brought here by the Green God Corporation knew there were limited rooms in the God's Domain Association. So, the sooner they could take the test, the easier they could find a good room to rest in. If they took the test too late, even if they qualified for a good room, they could only settle for a lower quality room if the better ones were at full occupancy. However, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others had no choice but to wait in line. After all, the only reason the people waiting in line had let Hidden Soul skip ahead of them was because of Thousand Scars. While Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others were waiting to take their test, another commotion occurred in the lobby. This time, whether it was the people waiting to take their test or the people resting in the lobby, everyone turned to look at the same location. TL notes, FYI, I have no idea if the soul drop mentioned in this chapter is the same thing as the soul potion mentioned in chapter 315. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3256. Chapter 3256, Chapter 330, Black Flame. TL notes, made a change to Chapter 329, Original. Currently, a group of young men and women around the age of 22 and 23 stood at the end of the long line of people waiting to take the selection test. Change to, currently, a group of young men and women around the age of 22 and 23 stood at the front of the long line of people waiting to take the selection test. God's Domain Association, first floor elevator lobby. A man in his early 30s walked out of the elevator lobby and into the main lobby. The man wore a simple tracksuit that gave him an unremarkable appearance. Yet, despite the man's inconspicuous appearance, whether it was young corporation successors or the God's Domain Association staff members present, they all couldn't help but look at the man with a hint of envy. Some powerful individuals had even taken the initiative to make way for this inconspicuous man. Who is that guy? Isn't he only a 2-star mental strength master? So, why are those 1-star mental strength grandmasters making way for him? Could he be a conglomerate's young master? That can't be right. Why would a conglomerate's successor come to a shabby place like Star Lake City? Indeed, I heard that some of those young masters find the environment of even second-tier cities unbearable. There's no way any of them would come to a third-tier city. The young men and women from the Blue Flash world couldn't help but grow confused as they looked at the inconspicuous tracksuit-wearing man. The greater world was a place that took the expression dog-eat-dog world to a much greater extent. Meanwhile, the disparity in status between mental strength masters and grandmasters was massive in the greater world. If a mental strength master dared to provoke a mental strength grandmaster without a sufficiently good reason, the city's authorities would banish the former without hesitation. This difference in status was even more noticeable in the God's Domain Association. For starters, some sections in the God's Domain Association building were only open to mental strength grandmasters. Then, mental strength grandmasters also had priority access to the association's lodgings, training rooms, and exchangeable resources. The priority access to lodgings was an especially noticeable difference. Normally, People who had concluded their newcomer period in the Gods Domain Association would look to rent the rooms on the association building's lower floors, since they were the cheapest rooms available. However, because of the privilege afforded to mental strength grandmasters, all of the rooms on the lower floors were snatched up by various mental strength grandmasters. As a result, anyone looking to rent these cheap rooms would have to do so through the various mental strength grandmasters. Otherwise, they'd have to find a place to rent outside the Gods Domain Association. However, even though the rent the various mental strength grandmasters charged was 3 times more expensive than what the association charged, exceeding even the average cost of renting a house in the city, there was no shortage of mental strength masters trying to rent these rooms. This was because of the city contribution quests the Gods Domain Association published every day. In the greater world's various cities, anyone who hadn't reached the standard of mental strength grandmasters would have difficulty earning city contribution points. Meanwhile, should a person fail to collect a sufficient amount of contribution points at the end of each month, they'd be kicked out of the city they were in, regardless of whether this person was a mental strength master or a mental strength grandmaster. To help those who weren't mental strength grandmasters, the Gods Domain Association would publish quests to its non-mental strength grandmaster members, allowing them to quickly accumulate contribution points. However, as there were only a limited number of quests published each day, those living in the Gods Domain Association would have an advantage over those living outside the association. As such, apart from mental strength masters with powerful backgrounds, every other mental strength master living in the various cities would instinctively behave respectfully around mental strength grandmasters. While Blue Flash's youths were feeling confused, the old man, who wore the emblem of a 1-star grandmaster and was responsible for leading the youths, turned to look at them. Then, in a low voice, he warned them, "You youngsters, listen carefully. In addition to the city's corporations and powerful families, that man is one of the people you absolutely cannot provoke." Cannot provoke? Does he have a powerful background? A beautiful girl with a lively appearance curiously asked. "Yes and no," the old man answered. Then he returned his gaze to the inconspicuous man and continued, "He is currently in first place of the City Legion selection, but that achievement alone isn't enough to get grandmasters to show him respect. Those grandmasters fear him because of the person backing him." "The person backing him? Is that person amazing?" the lively girl asked, looking even more confused. "That person is currently the ancient River Kingdom's publicly acknowledged first paragon, Black Flame, the Azura Sword Emperor." When the old man spoke up to this point, a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. "He is also a frightening expert who has defeated Markless Blade, one of the Star Lake Legion's vice commanders, the ancient River Kingdom's first paragon." When the lively girl heard this, a hint of fascination appeared in the gaze she used to look at the inconspicuous man. If a player could get recognized as a kingdom's first paragon, it meant that this player was the strongest out of all Tier 4 experts in the kingdom. Normally, such Tier 4 paragons were the target of recruitment for the greater world's various city legions. This was because experts of such caliber could play a vital role in Tier 4 city competitions. Some city legions would even go as far as to offer a vice commander position to recruit these paragons. Not only would these paragons be given an ace battle group to lead, but they would also get to command all Tier 4 battle groups in the Legion. They would essentially become the first vice commander for Tier 4 battle groups. If the inconspicuous man possessed the backing of such an expert, it made sense for members of Star Lake City's upper echelon to show him some respect. A moment later, the inconspicuous man could be seen stopping in front of Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, guild leader. At this time, Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow couldn't help but feel stunned as they looked at the inconspicuous man before them. Although they knew that Sherfong could make incredible achievements in the greater world with how strong he was, they didn't think his achievements would be this amazing. Not just mental strength grandmasters, but even the various corporations' young masters and Blue Flash's inhabitants feared him. This was simply unbelievable. This scene dumbfounded even Thousand Scars and Death Omen. Black Flame? Ancient River Kingdoms. First Paragon? Thousand Scars and Death Omen weren't ignorant about the meaning behind the title of a kingdom's first paragon. On the contrary, they were well aware of what the title represented. If Black Flame had truly become the Ancient River Kingdom's first paragon, the Star Lake Legion would definitely try to recruit him. In that case, nobody in Star Lake City would dare to casually offend Sherfong and Zero Wing's other members. "Sorry for the long wait," Sherfong said, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow. "I'll take you to look around once you two are done with your test. I believe you two should be able to quickly become official participants of the Star Lake Legion." As soon as Sherfong finished speaking, the surrounding crowd was immediately shocked. Those two beauties are also Zero Wing's members. Crap! Is Zero Wing planning to develop in Star Lake City? This is big news. Seeing how amicably Sherfong is behaving around them, those two must occupy high positions in Zero Wing. No. Don't you see how respectful Sherfong is behaving? My guess is that those two beauties share a close connection with Black Flame, possibly closer than even Sherfong. Otherwise, why would Sherfong, the acting guild leader of Zero Wing, personally come to welcome them? The people in the lobby started making all sorts of wild guesses when they saw the friendly interaction between Sherfong, Hidden Soul, and Gentle Snow. They all felt that Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow possessed extraordinary identities, and they started thinking about befriending the two women. While everyone was discussing Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, a lively girl and an indifferent young man from the group of youths from Blue Flash approached Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, taking the initiative to offer the two women their places in line. Upon seeing this scene, many youths couldn't help but reprimand themselves for reacting so slowly and throwing away such a good opportunity to befriend Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow. In the meantime, Death Omen, waiting in line some distance behind the Blue Flash Worlds group, wore an ashen look on her face as she watched Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow walk past her position. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3257, Chapter 331. Even if you think you are the best, there is always someone better. Chapter 3257, Chapter 331. Even if you think you are the best, there is always someone better. God's Domain Association. First floor lobby. Hidden Soul was the first to enter the test hall. As soon as she disappeared into the mental space, everyone in the lobby turned to look at the scoreboard, curious to learn what the two beauties, who supposedly shared a close relationship with Black Flame, were capable of. "Don't you think it's a little rash to give up our spots, Pace Angel? What if those two big sisters fail to even get into the top 1,000? If that's the case, we'd have given up our spots for nothing," the indifferent young man from the Blue Flash world said, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes as he watched Hidden Soul disappearing into the test hall. Several hundred inhabitants from Blue Flash had entered Star Lake City this time, although he and the lively girl going by the name of Pace Angel ranked among the top 5 and were confident they could get into the top 1,000 of the Star Lake Legion selection. They were not at all confident they could get into the top 100. Unlike the children of powerful individuals and families from Blue Flash, the two of them didn't have any powers to rely on in the greater world. They also didn't have a treasure trove of resources waiting for them in the greater world. The only opportunity they had right now was the God's Domain Association's newcomer benefits. If they made proper use of these newcomer benefits, they could achieve rapid growth within a short time. Meanwhile, the first step for them to achieve rapid growth was to secure a good room in the God's Domain Association building. The lodgings available on the association building's 400th floor and above could be deemed mainstream lodgings for mental strength masters, so their priority was undoubtedly to secure a room on the 400th floor or higher. Otherwise, they'd have to settle for the vastly inferior lodgings found below the 400th floor. However, Lodgings on the God's Domain Association building's 400th floor and above were very limited and distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. This meant that the sooner they took their selection test, the better. Yet now they had given up their places to Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow to curry favor with them. It should be known that Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow were only 2-star mental strength masters. Many youths participating in the selection were 2-star mental strength masters, so Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow were nothing special. Not to mention, neither of the two women looked like they were teenagers. At their age, even a 3-star mental strength master wouldn't necessarily be able to rank within the top 1,000. After all, the selection was already nearing its end, so competition was incredibly intense. Anyone who could remain within the top 1,000 at this time was an extraordinary individual. You should know that you and I have nobody to rely on in Star Lake City, Clayblade. We might have talent, but unless we can get our hands on the same resources as the greater world's geniuses enjoy, I highly doubt we can accomplish anything, even if we do get into the Star Lake Legion, the lively girl named Pace Angel said, sighing. Getting acquainted with those two big sisters is the only solution I can think of for now. So long as those two big sisters join the Star Lake Legion, they'll definitely receive priority from the Legion. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you how small the chances are for an official participant to get selected for a city competition, right? There are only a few city competitions each year, and we'd be fortunate if we could get selected for one once every few years. Rather than settle for such a mediocre fate, we might as well take a risk. Let's hope you're right, the indifferent youth named Clayblade said, inwardly praying as he looked at the test hall's door. While Pace, Angel, and Clayblade were talking quietly, an elegant young man with long hair quietly observed the ongoings in the lobby from a VIP dining area on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, this elegant young man was none other than Qin Qitian, one of the Dawn Light Corporation's heirs. He was also currently ranked 19th in the selection. Old Tan has refused our offer now that Shifeng has Black Flame as his backing young master, a middle-aged man wearing a butler's uniform said respectfully after approaching Qin Qitian. In addition to being a butler, the middle-aged man was also a 1-star mental strength grandmaster. He's afraid of Black Flame? Qin Qitian smirked as he swirled the glass of red wine in his hand. Old Ten has really grown old. If he's so short-sighted, no wonder he can't ever break into the 3-star Grandmaster standard. So what if Shifeng has Black Flame backing him? Now that my elder brother has already obtained that item, he is almost certain to pass the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition and become one of the Conglomerate's silver members. At that time, Black Flame will be nothing more than a joke. Upon hearing Qin Qitian's words, the 4 1-star mental strength grandmasters working as Qin Qitian's bodyguards immediately started taking their jobs more seriously. The position of the Star Lake Legion's vice commander might hold significant importance in Star Lake City, but it was insignificant compared to the Galaxy Conglomerate's silver membership. If Chun Qilin became a silver member of the Galaxy Conglomerate, even the Star Lake Legion's commander would have to treat him courteously. While Qin Qitian was talking to his butler, the scoreboard in the lobby suddenly showed a new result. Immediately, the lobby fell silent as everyone looked at this result in shock and confusion. Death Omen, in particular, gaped in shock when she saw this result, her mind falling into disarray. How is this possible? Death Omen dared not believe her eyes. Mental grade, 3-star mental strength master, potential rating, 96, mental strength rating, S, mental control rating, A overall ranking, 35. In addition to Death Omen, Thousand Scars was similarly stunned by this outcome. Thousand Scars knew about the relationship and feud between Death Omen and Hidden Soul. She also knew that when it came to combat talent, Death Omen was above Hidden Soul. However, in Thousand Scars' opinion, even though Death Omen possessed extraordinary talent, it should still be difficult for her to get into the selection's top 100. It was especially so when there was so little time left until the selection ended. So, what was up with Hidden Soul's results? Setting aside how Hidden Soul's mental strength standard had suddenly gone from that of a 2-star master to a 3-star master, how in the world did she receive a potential rating of 96 and a mental strength rating of S? Could there be an error in the system? Thousand Scars instinctively thought. It should be known that apart from Shi Feng, no other newcomer had managed to get into the selection's top 100 on their first test. Moreover, the rank Hidden Soul received on her first test was significantly higher than Shi Feng's. No matter how Thousand Scars looked at this, something must have gone wrong with the test hall system. After all, Hidden Soul was someone who couldn't even get promoted to Tier 6. How could she possibly get into the selection's top 100 on her first test, much less the top 50? However, contrary to Thousand Scars' expectations, the examiner did not deny the validity of Hidden Soul's test results. The only thing the examiner did was to announce that Hidden Soul had gained the privilege of staying in a room on the 498th floor. Out of everyone in the lobby, the only person unfazed by Hidden Soul's results was Shi Feng. Shi Feng knew that it was only natural for Hidden Soul to achieve such results. The current Hidden Soul was no longer the same person she was before. Not only had she learned the Saint rank mana technique, Holy Annihilation, but she had also spent considerable time training on the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor throughout this period. One's ability to manipulate mana was directly related to one's concentration standard, also known as mental strength. So, thanks to all the mana manipulation training she did, her mental strength also received significant improvements. Not to mention, Shi Feng had also secretly given Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow hints regarding the God's Domain Association's mental space. Combining all these factors with the fact that Hidden Soul had taken her first test with a much stronger mental strength standard than Shi Feng did for his first test, it was completely understandable for Hidden Soul to achieve such test results. Time quickly passed while everyone was busy discussing Hidden Soul's astonishing performance. By the time everyone had recovered from their shock, Gentle Snow, who had gone into the test hall after Hidden Soul left it, slowly walked out of the test hall. Mental grade, 2-star mental strength master, potential rating, 98, mental strength rating, A, mental control rating, S overall ranking, 10. TL notes, 1 Pace Angel, and Clayblade. I'm not sure if these are the real names or character names, so I decided to translate them under the assumption that they are character names. They're also easier to memorize. Personally, I've never heard of anyone using and for real Chinese names. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Going Beyond the Apex. Chapter 332, Going Beyond the Apex. TL notes. Made a change to the end of Chapter 331, original. Time quickly passed while everyone was busy discussing Hidden Soul's astonishing performance. By the time everyone had recovered from their shock, Gentle Snow, who had gone into the test hall after Hidden Soul left it, slowly walked out of the test hall. Changed. While everyone was busy discussing Hidden Soul's astonishing performance, Gentle Snow, who had gone into the test hall after Hidden Soul, slowly walked out of the test hall. 10th? She came in 10th place on her first test? Heavens, what did I just see? A paragon? No, a monster. She's an absolute monster. When everyone in the lobby saw Gentle Snow's results on the scoreboard, they reacted as if they had just seen Armageddon. Everyone was absolutely horrified by Gentle Snow's results. When Hidden Soul achieved a rank of 35 on her first test previously, everyone could still more or less accept it. After all, the precedent with Shi Feng had already raised everyone's tolerance by a significant margin. However, Gentle Snow's test results were a completely different story. If anyone who had spent some time living in the greater world wasn't horrified by these results, there must be something wrong with their mind. That big sister got into the top 10 on her first test. Pace Angel's eyes sparkled when she saw Gentle Snow's results. Then she looked to the dazed youth next to her and asked, "Clay, do you know when was the last time a newcomer came in 10th place on their first test in Star Lake City?" I don't know." Clay Blade shook his head in a daze. As one of the few powerful worlds that had managed to develop its god's domain into a higher god's domain, the Blue Flash world possessed a rather comprehensive database of information regarding the Starlight continent's various cities. Before their group of geniuses was dispatched to Star Lake City, they were already given detailed information Blue Flash had collected on Star Lake City. Included among this information was a list of geniuses who had managed to get into the top 100 of the Star Lake Legion's selections held in the past 100 years. However, if Clay Blade recalled correctly, no newcomer had managed to get within the Star Lake Legion selection's top 10 on their first test in the past 100 years. In fact, nobody had even managed to get into the top 20 on their first test. "It's normal for you youngsters not to know about this," the old man responsible for leading the Blue Flash world's young geniuses said after approaching Pace Angel and Clay Blade. "In the 200 years I have spent working as a guide in Star Lake City, I have never seen the appearance of such a monster before." Even after the old man finished speaking, none of the members of Star Lake City's local powers spoke up to refute him. It was evident that these people agreed with what the old man said. "Elder Kong, has such a monster ever appeared in our Star Lake City?" Chun Chi-Tien asked as he stood up from his seat and looked downstairs at Gentle Snow. According to the Dawn Light Corporation's database, no such monster has ever appeared in Star Lake City's history. The butler, referred to by Chun Chi-Tien as Elder Kong, said with a serious expression, "Not even the several neighboring cities have recorded the appearance of such a monster before. So there aren't any precedents?" Chun Chi-Tien got goosebumps when he heard Elder Kong's answer. "Her. I must have her." The Dawn Light Corporation was a local corporation in Star Lake City. The corporation had a very long history, and the information it had collected on Star Lake City was far more comprehensive than what the Blue Flash world possessed. So it was unimaginable for the Dawn Light Corporation to come across an expert of unprecedented caliber. If Gentle Snow truly was such a monster, the so-called challenge of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster would be nothing but a joke for her. Gentle Snow could absolutely go beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. Moreover, she wouldn't just be a run-of-the-mill existence in that realm. She was talented enough to stand out, even beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. It should be known that 3-star mental strength grandmasters were existences qualified to create a corporation and pioneer a city in the greater world. Because of this, every corporation would treat 3-star mental strength grandmasters respectfully. They would also do their best to pander to individuals who had either become or had the potential of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster. However, when dealing with monsters who could go beyond the realm of grandmasters, the reaction the various corporations would have wouldn't be limited to just awe and respect. Instead, they would go crazy. While 3-star mental strength grandmasters had the qualifications to start a corporation, they weren't at a level where they could single-handedly change a corporation's fate, especially not a corporation with an established history. However, it was a different story for individuals who had gone beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. These were existences qualified to rule a significant portion of the Starlight continent. At the same time, they were also a necessary foundation for corporations to get elevated into conglomerates. Conglomerates. These were existences standing at the apex of the greater world's various continents. The authority of conglomerates was so great that corporations wouldn't even dare to offend the ordinary members of conglomerates. They would even try to pander to these ordinary members. Conglomerates were akin to emperors in the greater world, and the only existences that could contend against a conglomerate were other conglomerates. How many powers in the greater world could possibly refuse the temptation of such great power? At this time, Qin Shi Tian wasn't the only person to have thoughts about obtaining gentle snow. Almost every young master originating from star, lake cities, local corporations, and powerful families shared similar thoughts. Gentle snow? Who on earth is she? When Thousand Scars looked at gentle snow now, her confidence diminished drastically. She felt like a chicken who had just met a phoenix. She dared not look at the other party directly. A 3-star mental strength master at 19 years old? An internal member of the Paimon conglomerate at 19 years old? These achievements were worthless compared to the results Gentle Snow had just displayed. With her test results, Gentle Snow could make even the galaxy conglomerate extend an olive branch to her without hesitation. The conglomerate would even designate her as a core member and nurture her with the intent of developing her into a core executive in the future. While everyone was staring at Gentle Snow, Shifeng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. "You two really know how to find trouble for me," Shifeng said, holding his head as he looked at Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow. Shifeng had long since known that Gentle Snow possessed extraordinary talent. After all, she was one of Zero Wing's 5 great experts during his previous life. She was also an existence capable of fighting against demons, Gates' 9 great experts. In fact, when they competed purely in combat techniques in the past, Shifeng wasn't even a match for Gentle Snow. However, what Shifeng did not expect was for Gentle Snow to reach such a level in this life after only receiving the assistance of the Holy Annihilation Mana Technique and the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor. This outcome was completely outside of his expectations. "Isn't that because we wanted to make you proud, guild leader?" Hidden Soul said, a faint smile forming on her face when she saw Shifeng's troubled expression. As for Gentle Snow, she revealed an apologetic smile, understanding that she had gone a little overboard in her test. "Whatever. You two aren't my only problems," Shifeng said, sighing. Then he scanned the crowd in the lobby with his eyes before nonchalantly saying, "Let them come if they want. I'll just take care of all of them together." After saying so, Shifeng guided Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow to their assigned lodgings. He also gave them a detailed introduction to the greater world and the Gods' Domain Association's many benefits. As for the various powers, they could only watch as Shifeng's group of 3 disappeared into an elevator, nobody daring to make any reckless moves. The Gods' Domain Association prohibited people from fighting on its premises. This was an ironclad rule that the association strictly enforced, and not even conglomerates dared to break this rule. Otherwise, they'd be making an enemy out of the entire Gods' Domain Association. However, at the same time as Shifeng's group left the lobby, news of Gentle Snow getting into the top 10 of the Star Lake Legion selection on her first test quickly spread across Star Lake City, the news sending shockwaves throughout the city. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.